Okay, we're opening our special session for October the 24th, 2023, Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners. Our sole purpose today will be the interview of and consideration of sheriff appointment applicants, interviews with them. So the way this is going to run today is we normally have public comment at the beginning of the meeting. Unfortunately, that means that when people make public comment, they don't always have the opportunity to do so in an informed manner, informed by the content of the meeting. Today, because of our subject matter, we're going to wait and have public comment after all of the interviews so that that public comment can be informed by people having heard the interviews. And so we're going to open up in about 10 minutes here with our first interview with Matthew Harris for 1 hour from 8:45 to 9:45, and then we'll have a 15-minute break. Then an interview with Under Sheriff John Stein for 1 hour, another break, an interview with Bruce Brown at 11:15 and till 12:15, another 15-minute break, and then an interview with Seth Marquardt from 12:30 to 1:30. And then we're going to take a break at 1:30 for about a half an hour for a quick chance to stuff a granola bar in our mouths. And then we will have public comment at 2 o'clock. And on or about 2:30, depending on how long public comment lasts, we'll begin our interview discussion. And, if we can, and see if we can come to a conclusion for an appointment within maybe a couple of hours or something like that. If it doesn't appear we're arriving at that conclusion today, we'd have another special meeting that has been noticed for tomorrow morning at 8:30, I believe. And we'll continue the discussion at that time and bring this to a close tomorrow at some point. So, so with that, do we have any thoughts about the scheduling today or any special needs by anyone? Carolina's question.
So on the interview questions that I provide, these are the 7 structured questions that I would be asking, and then I would fully invite any of you to inject questions that you think are pertinent and appropriate throughout the entire process. But the 7 structured I would ask, and then my question is on the timing. Do you want me to stick to the timing that has been allocated for each question and kind of try to hold the candidates to that time frame?
I think in the interest, when I look at this schedule, my initial reaction to that is I think we kind of need to, in order to be able to make the, and we can see how it runs, of course, and I want to make sure that they have the opportunity to answer fully. But I'd like to try to get through it in this time frame if we can today. What do you guys think? What's your?
I think this is a very important process, and I would err towards completing the process very thoroughly versus a mechanical keeping us on time to the second.
Okay. And maybe that 15-minute break we've got in between gives us a little slot time to do that. Yeah, I agree with that. I think, George, were you?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I would encourage Caroline, if that's your role, or Brian, if that's your role, to help us track somewhat to time, because I could see myself blowing this schedule and then not having time to ask some of the last questions.
Or somehow run long or something. Yeah. So I guess the goal is to stay within an hour, but we've got an extra 15 minutes if that's what it takes to get to get to the point.
Okay.
Get to what we need to. Okay. And with that, we still have 9 minutes until 8:45. So do we want to stick to the time schedule, or do we want to fire this thing off? That's your call. Our call.
I think so. I mean, before we get started, I just wanted to thank staff. We've never been in this position before of needing to appoint another publicly elected official, and just kind of the level of thoroughness and professionalism and transparency. The fact that we're doing this in public meetings and all of our deliberations are happening in public meetings, I hope gives the public some comfort that we're taking our jobs, which I never expected to have getting elected. We take them very seriously. And again, thanks to staff.
Yeah, no, just adding to that, gratitude to, we had a good number of sheriff's office staff people come yesterday and chat with the candidates and provide some feedback. I've read through that feedback. I'm sure you have as well. And it's helpful.
Mhm.
Helps
Also,
what the questions will ask.
Thanks to the candidates. I mean, unfortunately, we're living in a time where it's difficult to be a leader in law enforcement. And the fact that we had many candidates and four who rose to the top of that list who are going to be here speaking with us today, I'm encouraged and grateful that those four stepped forward.
Yeah, I'm reminded of something Walter Payton said about somebody asked him if he was scared. He said, "What are you kidding? I've never been dead before." You know, because he was preparing to die. And it's kind of like that. It's like, we've never been in this situation before. I've never had to. And it's not it's just part of the job. You know, I can say it's a challenge and we have to meet the challenge, or I can say it's not something that we anticipated when we took the job, but it's part of, but all kinds of stuff pops up in this job when you buy yard signs and you have to do it. And I really appreciate the professionalism of the staff and the applicants. All of them have come in and applied and been willing to step up to do this. So, and also the great number of people that came last night to meet the candidates and get a feel for it and give us these comments. I think it's great and really appreciate that.
Before we get started with the interviews, I have some questions that have come up sort of specific to each candidate, because I've undergone the review of their applications and written questions. They may not all be a natural follow-up. And so I intend to, if I don't get them in by final questions and candidates' questions, I'll ask them then.
Yeah, I think that could be true for any of us. And I also think those may evolve as we do the interviews. It's going to happen. So one of us is going to ask a question that's going to, or,
We're lucky.
Matt or somebody else is going to say something that's going to trigger a thought in our mind, and it'll be specific to them,
Yes.
or it'll be specific to the special challenges that we're facing and trying to meet here.
And
So,
hopefully we build that time in so you can do that at the end.
Yes.
They
Yeah.
teased out of the.
right, exactly. What I'd like to do is, since we theoretically have another 4 minutes, is I have only had time to kind of go like this, like a deck of cards thing with these, and there aren't very many, but I want to read through them real quickly for just a few minutes.
Okay.
As it came. So.
Do you prefer Matthew or Matt?
Matt.
Matt.
Written form of comments. Okay. Anybody need any other time before we begin this?
No.
All right, let's take off. It's 8:44 and 8:42, actually. That clock's a little fast, but I think we can roll. Good luck, Lynn. So Carol Ann, if you want to lead off.
Absolutely. So good morning, Matt.
morning.
Thank you for joining us. You kind of heard a little bit already about how the structure is going to be. I've got 7 structured questions, but everyone is welcome on the panel to inject and ask questions I think are appropriate and applicable. And real quick, I just want to go around the room and introduce everyone so you know who you're talking to, name, position, and how long you've been with the county. Carol Ann Fortune, HR Director, and it's been about 1 year and a couple months.
Megan Heiler, Public Information Officer, in about 1.5 years.
Sean Wood, County Commissioner, and I represent the eastern portion of the county, live in Evergreen.
Randy Wheelock represents the western portion, like Sean, Commissioner for the last 6.5, almost 7 years.
Hi, George Marlin. I represent the Idaho Springs District, and this is my 5th year in office.
Good morning. I'm Beth Luther. I'm Operations Director for the county, and I've been here for 25 years.
She wins.
Yeah.
Brian Mozart, County Manager, 2.5 years.
Peter Lichtman, County Attorney, almost 3 years.
Okay, so with our introductions, now we'd like to ask you to introduce yourself to us. And really what we're looking for here is we've got your, excellent responses to your written questions, your resume, all the things you provided, but it doesn't take the place of hearing your story in your own words. Specifically, as it relates to this position, we'd like to hear your background, your experience, your education, training, the things that have prepared you for this moment right here.
Great. Well, good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Matt Harris. I've been in federal law enforcement my entire career, roughly 27 years. I started out in New York City in 1996, 97 with the Immigration Naturalization Service, working in a detention facility. So that was my first introduction to a corrections environment. Worked myself up through the ranks, became an ATF special agent. Part-time, I ran the ATF office in Salt Lake City for a period of time. Loved the job. It's great. Was in grand jury every week. A lot of cases. Was able to testify in trial. Really good law enforcement experience. It's really where I kind of cut my teeth in traditional law enforcement. Had a change of mind and went to go work for the Government Accountability Office, which is the investigative arm of Congress, looking at policies and procedures and how to make government better, make government programs better. So one side I have this law enforcement experience, but then I'm coming over to the Government Accountability Office and really understanding the way the government works, how it's funded, how it's structured, and probably the most informative of my experience. Spent some time thereafter working for the Office of Inspector General for the U.S. Postal Service, ran our headquarters operations throughout the country, ran our western part of the country here in Denver as well. Great time doing that. Managed a staff there of 10 or 12 people. I've been in managerial positions for the last 16 years. After that position, I was afforded the opportunity to become the United States Marshal of the District of Utah. The United States Marshal is a politically appointed and it's in a confirmed position. It's a position which requires an extensive background investigation, meeting with the White House, the U.S. Marshal Director, congressional staffers. Really a great job, a stressful environment. But really that experience is what is very similar to the position of a sheriff. So in that position, I had a jail population of roughly 600 inmates across the state in about 7 or 8 county jails. So that required really big, really relationship building with county sheriffs, chief of police. I was responsible for the security of the federal judiciary and the federal courthouse. Part of that responsibility also included running a federal task force. So roughly 80 to 100 state and local officers worked for me under my direction, catching the most violent fugitives in our state. So I work closely with rural sheriffs, chiefs of police on those persons that were in their community that they couldn't find, were causing havoc in their community, and to help, keep the community safe. really great experience, love the job, and really the very similar to the job of sheriff, right? So you have the correction side of the portfolio, and then you also have the enforcement side. Because it is a politically appointed position and there are no guarantees. I went back to a civil service position and offered a great opportunity to be the Assistant Inspector General for Investigations for HUD, Office of Inspector General. So here I run the investigative portfolio in roughly 25, 30 offices around the country, a staff of 200. It's a 535 person organization. 40% of that portfolio is the Office of Investigations. So we have roughly 600 open investigations throughout the country, 2,500 roughly allegations that may or may not lead to investigations. Inherited a very challenging environment where I had to restructure the entire country, close offices, move people around to different areas of responsibility. I know those are some of these challenges that you have here. So that's the background, kind of just a high level of my professional experience. I'm also have a PhD in business administration. I'm a published author in some leadership journals. Really, I'm a lifelong learner. I taught for 15 years at several universities, University of Maryland, John Jay College of Criminal Justice, created course curriculum for those universities as well. And so I'm somebody who kind of wants to continue to grow and wants to continue to learn and try to better myself every day. I have two amazing children that I adore. They're 11 and 13. They're my world. And that's kind of a little bit about who I am.
So could you highlight a little bit about what led you to this position? Why Clear Creek County? Why the sheriff's position with what you're doing now? What brought you to this transition?
So after roughly 27 years in federal law enforcement, retirement eligible, what does that next phase look like for me? What it didn't look like for me was joining some corporate board. Been in public service my entire career. I love law enforcement. I love this profession. The challenges are great in this profession. I experienced that with the U.S. Marshal Service. We had 3 critical incidents in 18 months, 3 officer-involved shootings where the subject died in 18 months in the middle of a very challenging law enforcement environment. Those are tough challenges. So you could either walk away from those challenges or you could face them head on. And it's, what do I, so when I look at that next phase, it's, my passion is working in law enforcement, working for state and local law enforcement. And I love that job as the U.S. Marshal. And so as I'm looking for this next phase of my career and what that looks like, I came across this announcement. And I think it was just the being lucky, right? As far as my job search and your job solicitation kind of converged at the same time. And I saw it and I said, this is an excellent opportunity. This is something that I would want to do. I think this is something that I'd be pretty darn good at. I have the experience. When I moved to Colorado several years ago, I wanted to live in this area. I looked a lot in Evergreen and the Clear Creek side. Had small children and felt like the amenities there for hospitals and things like that were a little bit better for coming, because I was in the DC metro area.
Yeah.
So the opportunity to potentially live in this community, love to hike, love to ski, love the outdoors. It's breathtaking, right?
Yeah.
Wake up every morning in Colorado and you see the mountains and they never get old.
Mm.
And then to have them, this close. So it's really a convergence of, what my passion is and what my future search looks like and what I don't want it to look like. And I think there's a lot of things that I bring to the table that you're all looking for. I have a kind of a big strategic vision of how I approach my job. I'm always looking to make, my philosophy is, make your people and make your office better every day, right? Incrementally. How can we be better today than we were yesterday? And I'm somebody who's going to come in if I'm provided the opportunity and integrate into the community and build really strong relationships, because that's what I've done in the past. And There's a lot of challenges that I don't know about. I don't live here. I met everybody here last night for the first time. But I'm certainly ready for that challenge, and this is something that I'm excited about it for the opportunity.
So when I was looking through your resume and your written statements, I observed that in your other federal law enforcement roles as the U.S. Marshal and in ATF, you were, especially as a marshal, you were charged with finding and arresting like seriously violent criminals.
Sure.
And during that time, I had a chance to read your testimony to the Utah legislature.
Sure.
You were a very outspoken advocate of harsh punishment of those criminals. You had kind of a lot to say as you left that office about the need to increase punishments for violent criminals. What strikes me about this job is in the daily routine of a sheriff's office in a county of 9,500 people. I think violent crime is probably a very small portion of the calls you'll be responding to.
Sure.
And our jails mostly filled with folks who are, presumed innocent and awaiting trial for minor crimes. Have you reflected on how you might need to pivot your philosophy on crime to be effective in dealing with, some of this lower level stuff?
Sure. Yeah. So just for context, right? So U.S. Marshals, we're 92% of the folks we arrested had a violent criminal history. And you're talking about significant violent history. So and these were people we were coming across time and time and time again. And these are folks that we needed to keep off the street. In that testimony, I talked about second chances and, people deserve second chances. And we need to look at those people who have a history, low-level drug offenders and people who have mental health issues shouldn't be incarcerated. So I have the, the experience to be able to delineate between this percentage of this part of the population and really, in a county environment where we're dealing with, DUI, likely DUI, some minor offenses, maybe a DV, somebody get out of hand overnight, violation of somebody coming through, being pulled over, on one of your major thoroughfares. So, while it's similar, it's different, but it's still an executive level position of law enforcement leader, right? So you set the criteria and the policies and you let your people, do the job. But I mean, I don't, that was just a piece of what I was working on at the Marshal Service. Right now I'm dealing with white collar, right? White collar fraud, mortgage fraud. So clearly, big criminal offenses, but certainly not folks who have, a violent criminal history and would need to be incarcerated for a significant period of time. So I don't have any heartburn about being able to make that transition. That position required, at that time, what I was seeing was people that we were arresting for violent offenses, right? Rape, armed robbery. And then 30 days later, we were arresting them again. And I would see their name come across my desk and I would say, what the heck are we doing here? Well, and it was the jails were too full, that there was a no bail reform, and it just wasn't working. It wasn't working for my staff because I'm putting my people in harm's way every 30 days to go after the same people that shouldn't be on the street. But that was a different job. It's a different environment. We're talking about here about essentially lower level offenses. And I feel very comfortable making that transition.
As a kind of an infill follow-up to that, I read the same stuff, a couple of articles about it. And what I thought I sensed, and I would ask you to corroborate this, is that what you advocated for was a shift of priorities from this type of case to this type of case. In other words, to allocate more of your resources to move from that, 80%, 70% working on this and 30% over here to allocating the resources that were at your disposal to the violent criminals, more like a 90% capacity, and spend less resource on lower level crimes. Were you successful in doing that then?
Absolutely, yeah. And that was one of the things that I had to heartburn with my office and the history that had done business. I'm like, well, why are we spending our time on these probation violations? Right, so it's basically Department of Corrections, is the probation violation, somebody passed failed a urinalysis test or didn't show up for a hearing, and then they would ask us to go serve that warrant. I said, no, we're not doing this anymore, right? Because we only have a finite amount of personnel and a finite amount of work. We're going to work on those particular investigations which have the best impact to protect public safety in our community. And it wasn't a probation violation or somebody who failed a urinalysis test or somebody who didn't show up for their hearing. I mean, it's still folks that are, thumbing their nose at the judicial system, but, you have to triage and categorize the importance, and that wasn't the importance. And we had to put the focus really on those violent criminals. And back to what you were saying, sir, that was what I was trying to tell the legislature. We're not going after these people anymore. I'm going after the worst of the worst. The folks that, regardless of where you are on the ideological spectrum, you're in agreement that these are bad folks that we don't want around our community.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'm good for now.
Okay, moving on to your vision for Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office. Can you tell us about a time that you had to align a team's mission with a broader organizational or community vision?
Sure. Everything that we do at my current job is a derivative of our strategic plan. So we set a strategic plan within the organization, and we say we're going to look at these type of offenses. And so I align our resources based upon what our priorities are. I set up for my team what I call it's called project mapping. And so we look at our strategic plan, and we look every week at how successful we are in following our strategic plan. And one of the things I did when I first came in was I had to realign the entire country. I had to condense an entire region of the country because we weren't being efficient, we weren't being effective, we were wasting dollars. I had to close offices and look for an ability to save a few $1 million. It's the directive from our inspector general, but I was responsible for enforcing that. And that causes a lot of heartburn, right? So when you are closing offices, close an office in Minneapolis, close an office in Indianapolis, and that's a lot of heartburn for folks. And but you have to make hard decisions when you're looking at a finite amount of resources. I think there's this kind of belief that if you work for the federal government that we have a blank check. No, we don't. And especially when you work in oversight like I do, right? You have to be that much better. You have to be that much efficient, because when you are looking at everybody, when you are looking under everybody else's hood, under your hood better be a heck of a lot cleaner. When you're calling balls and strikes and everybody else. And so we needed to figure out a way to be a little bit more efficient and effective. So we had to close offices. I had to move people around. I had to reassign them around the country. Luckily, I was able, COVID changed kind of the way we did business a little bit. We were able to have people work a little bit more remotely. So we were able to give them headquarters assignments, but to work from home. So really being kind of strategic on how we find the best people and put them in opportunities to succeed. So that's just kind of, one. Also kind of creating our office to increase our outcomes of our investigations instead of our outputs, right? In law enforcement, we always, we have this tendency to measure what we produce. We don't have the tendency to measure, the results of our work, right? So what I did know is, okay, we had 600 investigations. We have our resolution rate, what I would call it, was like 30%. So 32, 33%. So 32% of all the investigations we were working had a resolution were being solved. Well, that's kind of unacceptable. And why is that? So we had to, peel back the onion, look at our policies, look at the way we were doing business, reassign some folks, get some new training, rework our case management system. And, so now it's in their performance metrics. So now every year our special agents in charge are going to be required to, their resolutions and their case outcomes are going to have to be better. I think, and that's, when I'm looking at the assessment for Clear Creek, right, I did see that there seems to be a lack of a case management system and really, resolution for the community. Like, okay, when somebody opens up an investigation, is there a timeline? Do we have policies and procedures for how long this average case should take, right? So And it didn't appear that we have it here in Clear Creek. I don't know. But what I do know in the environment that I'm working in, it was unacceptable, was that we just weren't getting to where we needed to get. And we need to change the way we think. And we needed to put performance measures in place to ensure that we are working these cases, because we also do internal investigations, right? And so if you're working an internal investigation on somebody who is under, it's a lot of stress for somebody. They deserve, right, a resolution, for better or for worse, instead of having something hang over their head for such a long period of time. And so we put even more stringent measures on those internal investigations, get those done and completed more quickly. So it's just kind of a few examples of kind of how I've had to, rearrange things and switch things around. Also, when I was in the Marshal Service as well, one of the things that I was concerned with was we weren't able to measure our work. And so I said, I want to be able to go to this chief of police, to this sheriff, to this county attorney and say, we arrested 40 people in your community this year. We arrested 100 people in your community. And because they don't know they don't know the value of our work. And what that did was when I got there were, I think, 12 agencies statewide on our task force. And by the time I left, I think we had 27. Because we worked, built good relationships. And one of the things I thought was successful was actually showing chiefs and county attorneys the results of the work. Well, we didn't realize we knew you were active in our community, but we didn't realize that you took 40 violent felons off our streets this year. So it's kind of the way I communicate and try to use data to sell my vision.
Thank you. Okay, so regarding your leadership and management style, can you recall a challenging conflict within your team and describe how you resolved it?
Oh, boy. When I first became the U.S. Marshal, we had a task force commander. So basically our point person, essentially, lieutenant or under sheriff position that was in charge of our task force. And what I was seeing was professional behavior in professional settings, professional behavior at meetings. And I thought to myself, if this person is behaving this way in front of me, in front of our staff, and saying some, terribly crass and inappropriate things in a public setting, how are they behaving when nobody's watching? I realized over the course of a few months that when I would go to talk to some chiefs and sheriffs at first, it says, well, we don't really want to join. We don't really want. But what was occurring was that this particular person had a toxic relationship. It's like we're the feds, it's our warrant. We're here, really ticking off local law enforcement, ticking off folks on the ground. And so I had to make a decision and this was somebody who was really well respected in our office.
This was a federal officer?
It was.
Yeah, okay.
This person was revered. And I was like, well, the culture and the people liked him. The leader of me said, there's something that's amiss. And so I was getting ready to park him, so to speak, into a different position. And I ended up getting a call from a sheriff about a particular an allegation that was absolutely inappropriate. And that gave me the final push to say, okay, you are no longer running our task force. So I removed him from our task force. And I believe the growth of the task force thereafter was a direct correlation between me making that change. So yeah, I mean, it's hard to come into a business, where somebody is well respected internally. But when you're able to take a step back and you're like, there's just things that don't make sense. And so I had to make that change. I've had to make a lot of, that was the hardest because I was still really new. I was in a politically appointed position. I came in, I didn't know anybody. Right, so I'm from the outside and it's like, well, who is this outsider coming here and making all these changes? And I'm like, well, one thing I know is this is not the way we're doing business here, right? We're gonna get better every day, but we are not going to tolerate unethical and illegal and inappropriate behavior. And that was unacceptable to me. So I had no choice but to make that change.
How did that person respond? Sorry.
How do you manage the blowback? Because exactly what you described. And I was in the fire service. We had a joke, 75 years of tradition uninhibited by progress, right? And some organizations are like that. And when you come in as a new guy and shake things up, you can bring back a very forceful response. Like what happened in that situation and how did you avoid getting personally taken down or damaged?
It's a little bit of everything, right? So I think part of it is you find people who are kind of early adapters that see your vision and you develop trust over time and you work on that. But that takes time. The blowback was fierce because this particular person created a toxic work environment. What I couldn't do is I couldn't tell my 30 court security officers and my 30-something deputies administrative staff and my 80 to 100 task force officers that the reason, right? And so I, myself and my deputy had to deal with the blowback and it stunk because I would have liked to raise my hand and said, you know what, this person is running a misinformation campaign about what happened. And I wanted to say, if you knew what these allegations were, you would be on board. Over time, to continue to build trust with these folks, we grew the task force, right? So, but I had to take the lumps for about a year and it stunk. But that's why they pay you the big bucks and you're in these positions of executive positions to make hard decisions and you have to learn and you have to live with them. But I couldn't open up the organization for myself to litigation and say, okay, well, and air the dirty laundry because there's a due process. And regardless of what I saw and what I did, there was an independent investigation from our internal affairs that had to come to a logical conclusion to fix this particular problem. So it's just, it's the nature of the beast, and these things get easier over time, I think, because you just get used to dealing more with them. I have the same issue where I'm at now with not at the same level, but certainly personnel issues and economic issues and things we just absolutely will not tolerate.
Okay. All right. Speaking of crisis management, ethics and problem solving, can you share an instance where you had to make an on-the-spot ethical decision during a crisis?
I think that's on-the-spot ethical decision. I mean, everything that I do is going to be surrounded with right or wrong. So if something is ethically challenged right on the spot, then I'm not going to take time to think about whether we should or we shouldn't, right? I mean, there's a set of policies and procedures on how we do business. And if we're not following those procedures, then we're going to change course. Can't really think of an example on the spot, but you don't work for this long in this profession for 27 years and have an unblemished background without by not doing things the right way. Doesn't mean that people don't complain about the way you run your business, but the thing is, no one's going to question my integrity or my way of doing my business accountability. And I feel really strongly that's about that. It's the way I was raised. My parents raised me, and I just can't really think of an example where it's on the spot, but I know what I tolerate and I don't tolerate. What I don't tolerate is unethical behavior. What I don't tolerate is crass jokes and I run a very professional organization, a professional shop, and I don't tolerate anything but professionalism. Sure, we joke here or there, right? It's not so tight that we have good relationships, but there is a clear line, and we're never going to cross it. I would really like to give you a good example of that. But there's been times where especially in teams where, and I'm guilty of it too, because your body language, right? And that way I've had to have a conversation with my staff of, rolling their eyes in a meeting with the boss, right? Hey, it's not ethical, but it's professional, right? And they're related.
Mhm. Okay, so community collaboration and modernization. Describe a time when your collaboration with a community group or board resulted in a significant change or reform.
Sure. I was working in Utah's U.S. Marshal. And one of the things that we were looking at was funding, right? So for some reason, the U.S. Marshal Service determines that state and local funding for our task force would be a result of how many warrants are in NCIC. So looked at our warrants in NCIC, and we had just over 1,000 warrants in NCIC, the lowest in the entire country. So our task force, which was arresting 1,000 folks a year, had the lowest funding in the entire country because the warrants weren't being put in NCIC. Part of it was kind of, rural counties not wanting to manage the NCIC record. But what was occurring is I commissioned an offline NCIC report. And I said, okay, how many of these people were stopped in other states by patrol officers and law enforcement and didn't know that these people had felony warrants in Utah? And the numbers were staggering. It was absolutely staggering. Murderers, rapists, violent offenders being pulled over here in Colorado, in Grand Junction, right over from Utah, right? And that is an absolutely dangerous situation because the bad guy knows he has a felony warrant and this trooper has no clue, right? No, and he may be pulling this person over for a traffic offense, right? But the trooper has no clue. So we commissioned the report because I work for the federal government, they don't want us being involved too much in state and local issues. I got with the State Department of Public Safety, got with the state legislature, and changed the law, and funded enhancements of NCIC across the state. So additional warrants were being put into NCIC. I mean, when you could, and I think we got that done in like 2 months or something crazy. But when you actually are able to use the data, it's in black and white. This is the impact. Some poor trooper in a rural county is going to be harmed because of a bureaucratic hurdle over here that we are unwilling to fix. And to me, that was unacceptable. That's something I'm really proud of and most proud of, being able to have an impact and fix state law and to have the community safer and public safety safer as well.
How did those local agencies, when you were having that legislative conversation at the state level, how did those local agencies respond and how did you interact with them during that debate?
Sure. So build a coalition with State Department of Public Safety, right? Sometimes you have to find the right messenger for your message. Sometimes you're not the right messenger, right? So I knew in this environment to where rural county sheriffs are not going to want the feds coming in and telling them what to do. So I got the Department of Public Safety to work with the county sheriffs and to kind of inform of the liabilities of it. So yeah, I was a part of it and I led it, but I realized that I shouldn't be the face of this initiative. It should be a local initiative and it should be Department of Public Safety who's actually, but I met with the state legislature on it behind the scenes and said, we have to fix this problem. But when it came to expanding into selling the idea to counties and to chiefs of police who may have not been on board, I built a coalition of others who were on my side and let them sell it.
So this may have been a case of trying to convince them to take on a greater administrative workload in order to create a greater level of safety. Would it be safe to say that not only increased the safety for that trooper or that gas station attendant who's going to be the next robbery
Mhm.
across the line in Colorado. But within Utah itself, because if you're not reporting it on this side of Utah, the folks on the other side of Utah also don't know.
But that's absolutely right. Absolutely. Yeah.
So Utah was becoming a no man's land, kind of like the Oklahoma Panhandle used to be, where you just, that's where you could break the law or run to get away.
Well, right, because they were only putting their warrants in statewide, right? So for the most part, yeah, they control their local warrant and an officer pulled them over, sure. But if that person was out of state, and that person had an out of state warrant, other states were doing the same thing. There was actually a situation in the state of Washington where an officer died because another state didn't put the warrant in NCIC. The officer pulled over this person on a traffic stop. This person had a violent felony warrant, and the trooper was killed. Trooper was only pulling him over for a traffic violation. Right, so use that as an illustration of the potential impact. What drove me crazy about this was it was a small percentage of people that didn't want the additional administrative burden of. So we actually funded the positions, right? So the state did a really good job of getting some more money for those positions to be funded. But the pushback was really, well, we don't want the additional administrative burden. And that's unacceptable, right? And when we were talking to them, okay, well, what is your remedy to fix this problem? We just don't have the people. We don't have the people. Oh, well, that's not acceptable. We're going to fix this problem, and we did.
Okay, everyone's favorite subject, budget and resource management. Discuss a time when you had to make a significant budgetary decision that impacted your department's operations.
Sure. Every day. So we have a 535 person organization. We have 145 $1 million budget. 39 to 40% of that budget is Office of Investigations. So every single day, I need to look at our FTE count. I mean, I talked to my staff, okay, we have 187 people on board. We could get up to 195, but we can't go over. What does our attrition look like? What do the pending retirements look like? How could we push this to the level to where we don't go over our allocation? When I talked about earlier about closing offices, that was a budgetary decision that was made before I got there. But there was a need to save, I think $3 to $5 million across the country. And we look at travel costs too. We look at how can we be more efficient? And one of the things, we cover the entire country. So our region here in the Mountain West, spending a ton of money on travel costs, right? But sometimes in DC we think of, these are just flyover states, right? But it takes a lot of time to go from, let's say, Denver to Montana to do an investigation, right? So we had to look at, is it worth it? Is it worth spending, $40,000 to do an investigation of where the outcome is only going to be $20,000? So we had to change our thresholds in the way we do business and say, okay, well, there may be a crime over here, but if the amount of money coming back to the government is minimal, we can't expend our resources on that. So we have to be more judicious on what we look at. So one of the things we always ask is, okay, what is the impact or the loss to HUD, Housing and Urban Development? So I want to know when we report our cases, and every week our field has to report cases up to me and I look through them. And one of the things that I put in place, what is the loss to the department? And if there's no loss to the department and I look at how many man hours are being spent on an investigation, then I'm going to cut this investigation off. Say we have to close this, or we're not going to work it any longer, or somebody's going to have to come to the table and say, really tell us, why they're working an investigation that has very little return on investment. Our whole entire investigative portfolio looks at return on investment. So, that's one of the ways that we save money. It's not just it's a budgetary issue, but it's that leaves us maybe more discretionary spending over here to spend on needed training that we didn't get this year. or capital expenses. We have to improve our case management system. Or one of the things is, cybersecurity right now. We have a really we're trying to build a robust system to where we take your forensic data from phones and computers and kind of massage that. Those devices cost, like $1 million a piece, and every region wants one. But it's okay. Well, how are you going to use this device? What investigations you're going to use it on? And can you justify the expense? So when somebody says to me, I need 5 or 7 more bodies, they need a budget justification to give to me to say, this is how I'm going to use it. What programs you're going to use them on. They can't just say, well, I lost a body in New York, so I need a body in New York. Well, if you get a body in New York, what are you going to put that person on? What investigations are they going to work, and how are you going to, how are you going to utilize that resource? So those are the internal controls that I put in place to ensure that when we're expanding our workforce, that the justification must be in place to ensure that I'm making the right decision of where I'm putting my resources. A loss in resources here doesn't mean that we're going to replace that resource. Maybe there's an uptick in public corruption cases in Kansas City, and that office is smaller, and maybe that body goes from New York to Kansas City. But it's going to be done through a justification process, not some random, we lost a body here, we lost an FTE here.
Mhm.
And that's how we do business.
Thank you.
Sure.
I have a follow-on question. I'm sure in your research, you figured out that we have one large taxpayer in our county, the Henderson mine, and like all mines, they're going to shut down operations eventually. And for the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, especially, we've been on a very focused mission to become more efficient. And I think we started this year with a shortfall of about 2.2 million. And it was probably our singular focus this year. And I want to say, how much did we reduce it by?
It was 2.9, the proposed budget is
Right.
1.2.
And our, this
So we
is
picked up on
still
7.
somewhat preliminary, but I've been hearing that our sheriff's department is coming back to us with a budget that's $1 million more than it was last year. What would your approach be stepping into those shoes if you're appointed?
Yeah, I mean, this is tough coming from the outside, but I think one of the approach that I would take is, kick every tire, look under every hood, and look at every program, look at our training, look at our case management, look at our patrol function, look at, the 911 and the comm center, and say, okay, where are the places that we can save money? Or there has to be negotiables, right? And I want to be able to say to you all, okay, this is not negotiable. I can't cut this, but I can cut this. But you can't have it all, right? This is these are not challenges specific to Clear Creek, right? These are challenges across the country. You talk to sheriff's offices and chiefs of police, and you have inflation that's rising. Then you have this, and the reality is we don't have the same quality applicants going into this profession anymore. And what we're unwilling to do is to lower the criteria. And a lot of times I'll look at the application packages and saying we're passing. So you have to make hard decisions, whether it be on retention but at the same time, as those things are tough, because if you are running an organization at 80% capacity, you're going to wear out your people. You're going to wear out your people. They're going to tire. They're going to make mistakes. They're not going to have time to train. They're not going to have time to better themselves. They're going to be miserable. And so the work product is a direct correlation of the culture. So we have to look at ways to, save money, but also look at ways to raise revenue. And smaller counties like Clear Creek often train really good folks and they go to Metro, right, for more money. So have to look at, what can we do to retain these folks, right? It's gonna have to be a robust discussion on what that looks like. Because what we don't want to do is spend, tens of thousands of dollars and continue to send folks to post and they leave us to go somewhere else, right? We're gonna hire good people and we need them to stay here. And we need them to be ingrained in the community. And those are tough decisions. But they're not just specific to Clear Creek. I think here we have a rural county, we have rural challenges, we have 400 square miles, 400, and how do you get from one end of the county to the other end of the county? I did see one of the things on the assessment of there often being only one officer on patrol. And I think that's incredibly dangerous.
On that same subject, in your packet of information, you specifically mentioned investigative workload versus human resources allocated towards investigation, I think. Patrol specific to Clear Creek County. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think because from what I read in the assessment, there was an average of 3 cases per detective division. I think I think it was average of like 3.1 cases for 3 detectives. When I from the outside looking in, I'm like, your average investigator is only covering 3 cases. And then I think there's a lieutenant over that particular division as well. And
What's your experience? What's a more normal number?
Yeah, that's the reason I ask.
it's not 3.
10?
I would say 10 to 12, but it also depends on, what does that look like? Are we dealing with a small property crime? Or are we dealing with a homicide? Or are we dealing with,
Yeah.
right? I think you can't, it's not, you have to make sure you're comparing apples to apples, right? So if the portfolio, if you had, I wouldn't say 10 if you had 10 serious violent crimes, but that's not the community we're in here. We're probably talking about property crimes, probably talking about trespassing, stolen vehicle, right? So, but certainly, when you look at the patrol function and the lack of coverage across the county, it seems to me that that needs to be where the resources are put to ensure that the response times are where they need to be. You sure as heck don't want a deputy out there by himself for a significant period of time as an officer safety issue. Community safety issue, officer safety issue.
So would that be an example of a tire to kick or a hood to look under?
Oh,
Would that be an example?
That would be an absolute, yeah. And so, it's easy to read a 32, 33 page report and say, okay, this doesn't seem right. But for me, I'd want to come in and really look at each individual component and say, okay, why are we doing this? Why have we done it like this? And why do we need to continue to do it like this? Those are the questions I'll ask.
How long do you think it would take to do that assessment?
That'd be the first thing I would do.
How long would it take though?
It's a good question. I think I'd say as long as it takes to get it right,
Yeah.
because you don't want to just, pencil whip it, right? You really wanted, one of the things, you want to collect a lot of data points, because the reality is you may talk to a lieutenant, but 4 or 5 deputies may have a totally different way of thinking. And it does, positional power doesn't always necessitate that's the best way of doing business.
Yeah.
Similar, you reference in your written responses in discussing the jail, you talk about the vacancy rate. But this is not lodging. I'm sorry.
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
You referenced that the jail is not full and suggest increasing the U.S. Marshals program as a solution to that. The U.S. Marshals program is something that we have debated pretty hotly during my time in office. I don't believe I've seen credible analysis or really analysis in writing with Matt around.
No one's whipped a pencil. No one's really touched it.
Yeah.
I've seen.
We have on our side.
Not that would never come up in this room. I don't think the actual numbers.
Right. From the sheriff's office in particular. And so I'm curious, what would your approach be to, and so what I'm trying to say is that I don't know if I've seen compelling, credible information to help me understand one way or the other, whether that program should be maintained, expanded, what it's, at what level it's helping us and at what level it's not. How would you evaluate that? How would you analyze that
Sure,
situation?
it's the balance of officer safety and inmate safety versus expanding expanding the population, right? So what I do know is that our population seems to be about 50%. Right? I think that's from what I read in the assessment, whether that's true or not, I don't know. What I do know is that most facilities don't like to operate at 50%. Most facilities are operating at 75, 80, 90%. But that also means if you increase your capacity, you're going to likely have to increase your staffing at the jail.
Right.
Would that increase in salary and time and potentially overtime be beneficial for increasing, let's say, 30 or 40 beds? I don't know. I have to look at the numbers. And you don't want your jail just to be a revenue generator. But when I look at it and say, okay, what is going on across the country and what capacity it looks like? And most jails are incredibly full. And that's why we have in this a lot of new bail reform what's going, because we can't keep people, there's no jail space. Then I come and I look at what we're doing here and we're at 50% capacity. That is not in line with how jails are operating across the country. But I also understand there's potentially safety issues, upkeep. And so you certainly don't want to increase the jail population if you don't have the proper security measures in place and if you don't have the staffing to be able to handle that. This would be an assessment of, okay, what are the dollars coming in for the Marshal Service contract? What would additional 20 or 30 bodies particularly look like versus what are costs associated with that? And is it worth the risk, right? What I do know from working with the Marshal Service is that they tend to keep their most violent offenders in the larger facilities. So they would be, in Arapahoe, Douglas, those facilities that would handle, that could handle problem children, so to speak, right? And so the smaller facilities would handle, a low-level drug dealer that may have caught a federal charge. And so I'd like to look at it. If I were appointed, I'd like to take a look at it. I wouldn't say just because I have a history of the Marshal Service doesn't mean that I'd say I definitely want to do this. But we have to do the cost benefit analysis and say, okay, is it worth it? Is the risk worth it? But this is all when you're dealing with a loss of revenue and you're dealing with these challenging times. It's all hands on deck. There's no bad ideas, right? Until you look at the data and you say, okay, we can't do this. I think we have to really think about solutions. And I think that's potential. It's a potential opportunity to look at, but it doesn't mean that that's the answer.
Yeah, is the jail too large, the population too small? And what's the age of the jail and how does maintenance increase and all those things there's a lot to look into holistically, but we don't need to be taught. We're asking you questions, not answering them. So, and I'm just thinking it's an understandable response from the outside looking in, especially from someone who's been in the Marshal program to look at that and say, wow, this jail is only at 50% capacity. And we've been looking for places to put them. And it's like, but there's a whole different looking at it from the underside here about what's the benefit of running the program. But anyway.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's, what is the appetite? What is the appetite for the citizens? What is the appetite for the commission as far as, do you want that? And for me as the outsider, I'd say, okay, well, this is the cost, this is the benefit, and this is my recommendation either way. But there may not be an appetite. There may not be an appetite to have more federal, inmates in your county jail, because that could be, increased cost to, up the upkeep. So.
Yeah, I went back to my high school reunion. I went to high school in rural Southwest Virginia, and the very small town that I grew up in has a large jail that serves multiple counties. So there are other solutions that are going on in other parts of the country because this is a massive problem everywhere, especially in rural Colorado.
Yeah. And I did see, in the assessment, the potential, what it would look like to, take these inmates and, house them in, different facilities, and what would transportation costs look like, and potential overtime for deputies to transport those prisoners back and forth, fuel, those type of things. It's all related, right? So you may solve one problem over here, but you may create another problem over here.
Cradle to cradle metrics over the life of the jail. I have no other questions on this one.
Okay.
Move on.
I have one more structured question for you. Regarding technology and innovation, tell us about a time when you implemented a new technological solution or innovative practice that significantly improved outcomes.
Sure.
Sorry.
Created an current position. One of the reasons I was brought into my current position was to, change the culture and modernize the organization. One of the first things I did was create an Office of Data Analytics. So the Office of Data Analytics combines our auditors, our investigators who understand red flags in fraud programs, and data scientists working collaboratively together on programs to help build models to actually identify red flags in programs. So what I'm trying to achieve is to get to a position to where we're able to provide investigative leads to our investigators to say, my big picture would be able to say with a 95% confidence interval that this was a crime. But I'd like to get there one day. But say, okay, these are investigative leads that put us, for use of football analogy, over the 50-yard line, that have a high likelihood of being a crime and to be able to have a positive resolution. You couldn't do it with just data scientists because they don't understand the programs. You couldn't deal with auditors because they don't understand the investigative red flags. What we had to do is build a collaborative team of investigators, auditors, and data scientists working together to be able to figure out, because investigators, they don't want to talk data science, right? Like it scares the heck out of them. So right now we have an Office of Data Analytics in investigations, and they're providing investigative leads to the field. Their metric this year is to provide, I think, 60 actionable investigations to our field. Next year, their metrics will be to actually have investigative leads to the field that have outcomes. So next fiscal year, we're measuring outcomes. Not going to measure outcomes this year because I need the program to get mature and get off the ground. That's where we're headed.
Does anyone else have any other questions?
I do, but only one, or 1A, 1B, but I'm willing to. Usually you're the guy with the list. That's what
I have a question. One of the reasons we're all sitting here is because of what happened in June last year with the officer involved shooting. I'm sure you've been paying attention to that, and I know there's a criminal investigation that's still underway. So obviously we have to be diplomatic about how we address this. But one of the things I personally thought is the three of us have to do whatever's within our scope to make sure something like that could never happen again. What are your thoughts potentially is if you're selected about what type of approach you would take to, well, I hope you share that desire to make sure something like this never happens again. And what would your approach be in terms of making some changes within the way that we operate?
This is it's all hands on deck, looking at our policies, looking at our procedures, making sure we have the right training, making sure we have the right people, the character, right? I said it earlier, is that we may need to pass on hiring if we don't have the right people. We could train people to do this job. We can't train integrity, can't train character, we can't train ethics. That's the moral fabric of people. Sometimes good people make bad decisions. I don't know the background of the deputy that made that decision. But I do know is that, that is, as a leader of an organization, you have to step up and say, I understand the need to protect your people. You want to protect your people. You don't want to, at the same time is, you're accountable to the people of this county. You're accountable to the citizens. You're accountable to the family. It took a human life. It took the human life of somebody who wasn't a danger to anybody except themselves. Appears like it was a terrible decision made, based upon the fact that it was taking too much time. And so you can't let time drive that decision making to make an awful decision. But I feel the gravity of that because, like I had said, earlier, we had 3 critical incidents when I was in Utah in 18 months. So our deputies and our officers took the lives of 3 people in 18 months. They were all legal, good shoots, but it has an impact on the community. It has an impact on the officer. It has an impact on their family. You still took a human life, right? And so whether that person justifies shooting or not, you still took a human life, and we're all humans and we're all people, and that has an impact. It has an impact on your staff and on their families. But the way I lead is I create a culture of accountability, and I don't tolerate things that are unethical or illegal. I never have and never will. And it's that balance of maybe saying, at the time I made a statement, I didn't have all the facts. I got it wrong, and having the guts to say, I stand corrected. I misspoke, made a mistake. I spoke too early. What have you? I think sometimes in hindsight, when you don't have all the information, but I've been there. I put out hundreds of press releases, and try to get it right. Try to get the public the information that they need at the time, understanding that the investigation still needs to take place and come to full fruition.
Yep.
So without stepping on the critical incident team's investigation, or embodying that. Not sure if I answered your question.
It sounded like you were saying that if you're going to announce the characteristics of a certain event, you should make sure that you actually know what those characteristics are before you announce them. And
Absolutely.
there's an investigation involved in providing that information.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's, you put your name on something, you better get it right. But if you don't, you need to fix that problem and course correct.
Can you expand a little bit on, in the days, you said you experienced 3 of these events in an 18-month period. Nobody gets it perfect.
Right.
In the wake of an event like that. What lessons have you learned? Is there a mistake that you made, and what did you learn from it in any of those 3 incidents in terms of kind of the days immediately after? And then sort of a second part of that is, how did you conduct internal investigations during that period, and how did you? Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. So it's a couple different prongs to that, right? So the internal investigation, right? There's a critical incident team, and you do not want to. We don't do the investigations internally. We allow the critical incident team, for whatever county or city is in charge of that investigation. We get out of their way. We make our people available to be interviewed, provide the weapon that was potentially used, and you let them come to their logical conclusion of the investigation. You do not step on that. At the same time as you give your folks the resources, mental health resources that they need to overcome the incident. We had a critical incident response team, the Marshal Service, which was fantastic. They would come out from headquarters and they would provide the comfort to the families that were involved in the incident. Certainly after action, right? We do after action reports. So after a critical incident or anything that goes bad, hey, what could we have done better? And one of the things that I always tell my folks is that there's always tomorrow, right? Very few things, other than, God forbid, a school shooting. There's always tomorrow, right? So if you're looking for a fugitive or there's something going on, unless that person is in imminent danger right now, maybe it's not the best approach. Maybe it's not the best place. Maybe it's not the best location. Maybe it's not the best time. Because if you rush things and you want to get it done, maybe you don't do it as smart as you should. And so I think that's how I approach things. Is there's always tomorrow. It's potentially safer, and the officer, deputies are potentially safer. if you want to, in our environment, it's tough because, we're going after people with weapons that are pointing at us. And so they're justified shootings, but it doesn't make it, we still want to reduce those amount of shootings and how they occur. Should we have taken them at that location? Should we have taken them, we had done maybe more surveillance, walk their dog or something to that effect, you want to make sure that you're protecting the public, but you're also protecting the safety of your officers.
Thank you. What I hear is, as it relates to, there's trying to evaluate that moment in time when an officer felt they were threatened, and then there's trying to evaluate the broader context of the situation and our role potentially in creating that. So appreciate that answer.
Two other really quick ones, just to make sure I understood your first answer. It's your intention, if you're selected, to move your family here and run for office next year.
Oh, I can cross that one off.
So, it's my intention to move here. Yes. I think it'd be presumptuous for me to say that I would run for office next year. I would say, I have to see if the people like me. I have to see if you all like me, like the job that I'm doing, to see if I like the job and the challenges. But I never really thought about running for public office. I thought about coming here and potentially taking this job and making every day better than we were the day before. And then reevaluating down the road and say, okay, is this something I want? And do they want me?
Yeah.
I just think it's presumptuous to say that's my intention, but statute says to pick up and move here, and that's the intention. As far as what it looks like next November, I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
And there's a lot of moving parts here, and there's an election timeline involved and stuff like that. That's kind of critical too, but
Just want to point out one thing. I want to make sure we give him a couple minutes to ask questions of you too. So
I got that,
Yeah.
understood, and I think that
Yeah, I got one more, and you can answer as long as you want, knowing that you're taking away from the rest of your time.
you know,
I was a firefighter for 22 years, and during that time, there were a lot of difficult periods where morale dipped in the fire department, and sometimes it got to the point where it was hard to cover calls. And I don't pretend to understand what it's like to be a deputy here. I would love to empathize with them, and I'm trying to as much as I can, but I don't sit in their seats and I don't do their jobs. But I'm definitely picking up on the feeling that it's a tough time to be an employee here in the sheriff's office with all the different changes and what happened last year. What would you say to those people about your approach? Should you be elected to help address the environment that we're in now?
I think, you spend the time and you get involved with the people in the community and you build trust over time. I think morale issues often are because of the lack of trust in leadership, lack of trust in direction, lack of honesty. You may not like what I'm going to do, but I'm going to tell you how we're going to do it and why we're going to do it. And I need you to get on board. And police officers are like that. We tend to complain a lot. But at the same time as, we want to know what the direction is. We want clear understanding of the direction, right? We may not like it, but we don't work well with ambiguity from our leadership. And I'm not an ambiguous leader.
Mhm.
So we come in, I'm going to have a strategy, I'm going to vision, say, this is what we're going to do, this is what we're not going to do. And I need you to do this. And I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty and to work to make this place better. And that's, you build trust slowly over time, and you build trust in the relationship you build and the decisions that you make. And that even though you make tough decisions and people may not like them, you earn respect because you're willing to make those tough decisions and you're making those decisions for the right reasons.
That's it for me.
Well, you grabbed one of mine, so I got to cross that off the list, but then I found another one when I flipped over this other piece of paper. So your credentials are from a professional standpoint, academically and experientially, pretty high. And so it kind of plays a little bit into that longevity question. One thing pops up is this is a little bit of a cry from the scope of the size of the jobs that you've had in the past and carry today. Is that something you're comfortable with?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, I'd be right now, I mean, I'm still employed. I'm walking away, it would be walking away from a job that I have, national scope. But that doesn't, what drives me is, the passion for the job, challenges. I mean, it's easy to walk into a place where everything works well. Right? And so, but that's not what drives me. What drives me is trying to figure out how we, make our organization better. And I think for me, I was looking to make this transition out of federal law enforcement into state law enforcement or local. Saw this opportunity, and want to come here and do a great job and make this place better. Make the county better, make the community better. But it's, who doesn't want to live in this beautiful setting, right? I mean, as I desire to live here when I first moved to Colorado, how many years ago? It's an incredible community. But, I've had a politically appointed position where I was confirmed by the US Senate. I don't think I'll ever have a job which will rise to that attention again. So, and I left that job voluntarily.
I thought you said you'd never applied for a job that depended on an election.
What I had never thought I would. But so I don't know what the future looks like. But I do know is that, if afforded this opportunity, I'm going to come in here and roll my sleeves up and do the best job I can and develop good relationships with the community, with you all, and try to improve every day. And that's just the way I've always operated. That's the way I want to continue to operate. And I don't have all the answers or all the solutions, but I work well with people and try to figure out the best ways to find the people that do have the solutions. It's kind of my thought.
That question was specific to you. The other one is more general. It's one that I wrote down on the side, which is, and it kind of goes back to something we can't talk about very much because there's a case involved right now. But what the main thing that kind of was that caused this, that set this ball rolling down the hill. And that is how or would you, whether you would or whether you should and how you would, if you should, try to mold the mission of law enforcement and the self-identity of enforcement officers as to who they are in the community, to have a better understanding of how they respond in the moment. Just almost when you show up on scene, what do you carry into the scene, both visually in presence and inside your head? How do you mold a self-identity that causes people to be able to respond to whatever type of situation they have and make sure that the kind of events that happen in Silver Plume don't happen?
I think traditional law enforcement training is based upon combat, right? Unless they're a military setting, combat, protecting yourself in battle.
The warrior.
And there's a piece of that when the situation arises that we need to have. But that's not what we're dealing with here in this community, right? We're not talking about military action of going into, a foreign nation and looking for a terrorist, right? It's the relation. I mean, we have to have good relationships with the community. We have to build trust, but we can't have officers that have that only battle mindset, right? That we're dealing with the public. We're dealing my friends are telling me they get pulled over and the cop was, just belligerent. And so it goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's a culture of accountability. It's a culture of professionalism. It's the way you dress. It's the way you conduct yourself in the community. It's the way you conduct yourself off duty, right? We have a deputy here who's going to, be drunk at a local bar, and we have a small community that tells something about that person's character, right? So it's going to be a culture of accountability, and we're going to have a standard of professionalism. And it seems like we have, here good staff, but that's what I would expect. And that's what I would instill and ensure, right? When we're looking at hiring the people that we bring on in any whether it be sworn or non-sworn, we're bringing on good people with good character and high moral integrity. I said earlier, we can teach people how to do the job. That's the easy part. Training is the easy part. But looking for good people. We're looking for people who, whether that person was a school teacher, or that person was a community worker or whatever, like come into our big tent and work with us. But that warrior mindset should sail in law enforcement. We still need to make sure that we're protecting our staff and giving them the right equipment and giving them the right, be able to succeed when those situations arise. But the mindset of warrior, so that ship sailed in law enforcement.
In the profession it may have, it hasn't been popular media, but that's another story. Any more questions?
We've eaten up into our break time. We only have about 2 minutes until the next interview starts, so I apologize. There's not a whole lot of time. Are there any critical questions you'd like to ask that are really important to you understanding and knowing and what this opportunity
I would
is?
say just one question as far as independent of me being an outsider. What's the biggest challenge that I would have coming into this position?
You're talking about a lot of change. And this is a theme that's happened since in the last 7 years. And change is uncomfortable. That's my short answer.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it would be similar. The only thing I would add to it is that the challenge for you, and that's kind of a double-edged sword when you're looking for change, is the fact that you're the guy coming in from outside. You're coming from somewhere else. The person that all of us just met. I met last night as an example, and spent a lot of time reading stuff to get to know you and researching a little bit in the last 24 hours, especially. And so that can, when you're looking at change, that's a little bit of a double-edged sword. It's you're going to try to make change, having to come in and earn a position of trust. At the same time, you're not a goldfish trying to figure out how to change the goldfish bowl when you don't even know you're a goldfish, that you're part of the thing that's already here. So there's an advantage and a disadvantage to it.
I don't have anything to add. I think they're right.
The one thing I would add is whoever gets appointed, we're going to meet that person more than halfway.
Yeah. And hope to have that kind of relationship where that's an ongoing relationship to how we operate.
And that's what I would expect from if I were selected, right? That the relationship starts here, right? With you all and everyone in this room. And I think I said into my, I've worked in the profession long enough. I understand that many heroes lead in their full autonomy because they're an elected official. But at the same time, it's right. There's the autonomy of the position, but there is the reality of how we run this county, and we have to do it collectively and collaboratively and figure out ways to work well together and to give the community the best service that they deserve. And so that's the way, I'd probably be pushing more meetings than you'd want. That's probably the way I would operate. So
yeah, as many windows as possible between the silos. Yeah.
Other questions? Okay.
Next steps in the process. Do we want to?
Talked about it in the beginning. So we've got the interviews today and then public comment at 1:30 or 2. And then,
Deliberation.
yep. Hopefully a decision today, but if not, time tomorrow to.
Yeah, our break is from 1:30 to 2 o'clock. We're allowing public comment. Well, you heard the snail.
Yeah.
You pull my water.
The only thing I would add is, there's a chance that we would decide we have follow-up questions, want more information, want time to check references or, whatever else. So just so you know.
absolutely.
Yeah, the intent is to try to make a decision today or continue forward and make one tomorrow. The possibility does always exist, what George just said, that there may be a need to follow up with some further information that could delay us further. But our hope and our intent is to make a decision today or tomorrow if we think we have enough information. So.
Great.
And if that's the case, then this afternoon by around somewhere between 2:30 and 4:30, we would theoretically be hoping to figure that part out. Know whether we're either make a decision or defer to tomorrow or defer to a later date, very, very soon. So.
Thank you, Matt.
No, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Safe travels
No,
today.
I know, go grabbing an airplane right now.
Yeah,
Thanks for the time
yeah.
very much.
Thank you.
Randy?
with, did I start while that was? on?
Nope, you're good to go, my friend.
Okay, so we're starting about 10 minutes late with John Stein for our 10 o'clock interview. And I think we all know each other here. So I think in the interest of time, Caroline, if you want to take it away.
Right, we'll skip introductions unless you really want us to tell you who we are and what we're doing here. Okay, good.
We're good. Thank you.
Okay, so introduction of you. We're looking for as it pertains to this particular role, your story in your own words about your background, your experience, your education, your training that's prepared you for this moment right now. And props. Oh my
This
God.
is an explanation as I go through it quickly. And I've got a third binder, but we'll just go through and talk about knowledge, training, experience, college, all the accomplishments, everything else very quickly. And I'll start with the most present is when I came on in November of 2022, almost a year ago, the sheriff's office had a lot of turmoil, a lot of things that were happening internally as well as externally that all of y'all are very intimate and knowledgeable of. I was hired on to come help out with some really detrimental times in the sheriff's office and make some progression, reform, and reorganization. And that had to do with a lot of internal workings, passing of a prior undersheriff, the case that was well-known and talked about with Glass. And within the first week, I was making an arrest of 2 of our own deputies and still trying to hold the organization together while making change and moving forward. I have continued to do that and want to continue being the point of why I'm here. But I have to say that it's really more of a sacrifice and love to try and make change and reorganize. Because if someone came to any of y'all and said, all right, here's an opportunity for you. Go ahead and purchase another house, which I will clarify. I already have 2, one in Grand, one in Jeffco. So purchase a third and adjoining, so then you have consecutive. Take a cut and pay and only have a guarantee for a year or less. Does that sound like a great business plan or personal plan for your family, for your own personal growth and such? Not at all on face value, but at the same time, with what I've already started initiating and what I'm looking forward to continuing to do is make some changes that is going to be positive, not only for the sheriff's office, but for the county, because we are just part of one piece of the entire organization and family. So the opportunity to take all of my years, all of my experience in law enforcement and private business and continue to bring everything forward in leadership and say, here's what we're going to do and why we're going to do it. And we're going to get stabilized. And then we're going to move forward so that we have more professional delivery of services and we continue to improve. We will get to a point where I will be much more stable and comfortable of saying, okay, let's get to the next person. I have brought the department from a low point and brought it up to a higher, which is all you ask in any of our positions as leaders, that we polished it up a little bit better for the next person. So in that meantime, bringing in under sheriff and other leadership and training to take over and continue the process, because this organization will outlive all of us, but you know that you brought it to a higher level. That is an outstanding opportunity that I am very interested in continuing. So back to knowledge, training, experience. I started serving in 1990. I've worked every single rank as well as all divisions of public safety. I've got a lot of experience, certifications, a lot of other departments where I've always promoted up and brought in, whether or not it's a new opportunity, crisis intervention team, or brought in other organizations so that we actually could collaborate and perform a better service to the public. That is my role. That is my way that I am personally a little bit more always inquisitive. What can we do better? Why are we doing it this way? Well, it's because we always have. Well, that's not always the best answer. It may be the appropriate because it's been refined to that. It may not be whatsoever. So that's the inquisitive part, being creative. That's part of one, being ex-paramedic and police officer currently, as well as business owner. You always have to refine something because there's a change and a dynamic, whether or not it's legislation and law enforcement or medicine for the EMS portion or all the other programs that are out there in competition and business, you always have to be creative to keep moving forward. Because if you stop moving forward, it's time to retire, sell your business, close, do something else. Because if you stop, everyone else is continuing around you. So you're just getting run over and you're not doing any service for yourself, let alone the organization that you're leading. So my props are all of the different reasons, hundreds of them, available for inspection and everything else. But to say, this is what I've done, and the best future predictor is past behavior. So look at my past, look at the current year, almost a year that I've been with the organization, the amount of change I've already implemented to make it a little bit more professional, a little bit more accountable. Look at our current circumstances of where we're at and where I'd like to take it. I've made proposals in some of the written documents to you. And let's talk about all the accountabilities and positives and negatives. It's not a good bragging point to say, yes, I've held accountable and had 5 terminations since I've been here in less than a year. It's a failure point, but it's also a point of accountability and making sure that we're doing the right thing, holding our staff as accountable, that we are not going to be a good old boys club, that we are actually going to look at the entire reason we had some failure points. Was it a background investigation? Was it supervision? Was it a policy that is not appropriate or did not hold someone accountable? So we have to look at the bigger picture of why we had that failure point while continuing to move forward.
I have one. I think it fits best into this question related to your past experience. In your written response and in your resume, first off, you mentioned a commitment to crisis intervention training, and it's great to see that commitment. I know you have previously done that. I know you're passionate about it. Do you intend to provide those trainings if you were appointed sheriff in-house? Have them conducted by an outside agency? What do you view as the pros and cons of that decision?
So it's yes to all of the above. So yes, it is a passion. I will just, for more of knowledge, besides what I put in that. Back in the early 2000s, there was a lot of change in legislation and some money was put forth from a JAG grant to the state. That helped become part of the DOJ, State Department of Justice, CRCPI, Colorado Regional Community Policing Institute. They then took on what is the best practice to deter and deal with all of the mental health and issues and law enforcement. So the response, the detention and arrest, as well as then the prosecution, why we had such a high level of mental health and illness inside jail facilities. One of the outcomes of many was bringing forth CIT. I was on a steering committee that was wonderful to assist in following up what crisis intervention team model was out there. Went over to Albuquerque, Houston, and Memphis. It was the Memphis model in general, but every different area puts their own little local polish to it. So we brought everything back, all of our ideas, what we experienced going through other classes, and we held the first one in Denver and Jefferson County. I went through the first to get a local class in Denver with Denver Police Department, and then started teaching them 2002 and so on from Arapahoe County. I was a crisis intervention team coordinator for the department, a director in teaching, and have continued. I'm in the 40s. I think 43 was the last count till last week, directing and teaching in all of the crisis intervention team classes. And it's not just the class, it's a commitment to the program itself. So working with NAMI or the YMCA and all the other mental health divisions. So it's government, JCMH in our current case, or if you all remember Arapahoe House and other ones down in Denver before that went under. So it's working in collaboration with all the other divisions, including the state, because we have to look forward to beds at our local prosecution district attorney's office saying, hey, this is the main reason why this person's repeatedly going through our doors. So it's a collaboration, but point being is it is a passion that I still have and want to continue. I've taught many classes throughout the state, majority of them in the metro area. Last week, we brought in a class and held our own first crisis intervention team course in the county. It is an expensive class to host, but it's the most numbers of students we can progress through. We only had one failure in the crisis intervention team. one that didn't pass, but it wasn't in the sheriff's office, but it's the point that it is a hard course, mentally, physically challenging. And I say physical because being on your mind, going through de-escalation, pivoting constantly is very taxing. And when you have multiple role plays and all your instruction, you need to bring it fast and furious. It's not for everyone, but that's why we keep training and working at it and improving on it. So we need to have in-house classes because that's, we had 16 people go through from the sheriff's office last week. We need to also use some external classes. And that's a staffing issue just because we can't pull all of patrol or all of detentions and command staff to put through one course and not have anyone to keep our operations moving forward. So we will still continue to send some people to other courses throughout the metro area that are reasonable and fiduciary, because sending them to say Durango or somewhere else with hotels and everything gets really expensive, but a local course so that we can continue to get everyone possibly certified. My goal at Arapahoe was over 50% of patrol and detentions, and that was a 600-man department at the time. And that was very lofty, and I've attained it before leaving there. So again, teaching a lot of classes there. I've got a lot of knowledge training experience, as well as I took it further. One of the reasons I became the CIT director and was selected by the sheriff of such a large organization was my experience in speaking with people. I was already a negotiator. I was on the SWAT team for tactical. I had those two certifications plus a paramedic certification and an instructor for the state and paramedic. So I knew a lot of the medical reasons where, is this a mental health issue because of medical? Or is it truly just a medical, diabetes or other things where someone's got an altered mental status? So it brought everything together.
Thank you. I have a follow-on question. You came on board in November, and I assume you were aware of the grand jury recommendation to send our staff, sheriff's office staff through CIT training several years ago. How come it took so long from November until this month?
Combination of timing as well as command staff and getting my feet wet where we're at with staffing and then moving forward to a class. And part of that is also scheduling the class. They get scheduled on average 6 months out. So we, in this course and the majority of my other ones, we use Nicoletti Flater and Associate. They are booked out for courses constantly. John Nicoletti is a world-renowned instructor. Trying to get him and all of his staff scheduled out is 6 months or more. Then there's also the role players. There's only 2 role-playing groups, Crisis Company and C-Works, that provide such a service for actors to come in and schedule that. And we had to work in between a Pickens County course, which was the week before, and still fit it in with our staffing and budget. We also were trying to budget. Each course is on average of $10,000 to host. And we fell under that a little bit here, but it's still an expensive course. And you have to have the right facilities, number of breakout rooms for actors, signage for outside role play, so it doesn't look like we've got a mass incident unfolding with cops standing around, arms crossed, watching the others and so forth. And then again, staffing. So that is the reason it took a little while. Plus, I started in November. Within the first week, I was making an arrest of a couple, getting my feet wet of where we need to finish with budget, forward to the next. So that became a priority at the beginning of this year. And hence we got it done, but later than I was hoping. But summer is a tough time for hosting those courses.
When's the next one?
Right now, I have not got one scheduled, but I did talk to C-Works as well as Nicoletti Flater and Associates that we will be scheduling one a year is our goal for in-house. Well, again, sending people to other external courses, but we will have one scheduled. So it is budgeted for. You get to move that budget. It is included in it.
Okay, so regarding your vision for the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office, can you tell us about a time that you had to align a team's mission with a broader organizational or community vision?
I will go back to the first time where I felt it was one of the largest hills to climb and we had a lot of resources, but yet not a lot of support or need or anything behind it. So back in the 90s, I was a paramedic and I was working on building up Mountain Village Police Department. When I was hired on, I brought some experience and some leadership to it, but we ended up, as I stepped right in the door, The chief said, hey, I'm going to be here for about another month. There's a CBI investigation. The deputy chief is going to be going to the wayside because he's been dismissing his own tickets he was writing for getting discounts in labor and landscaping and so forth. It's supposed to be a 6-man department. Good luck soon. And I was the only paramedic at the time in the county of San Miguel. And I was a new police officer there trying to form a department that was not even 2 years old, build that up to a 6-man department, work and collaborate with everyone. And all of a sudden, here I am with a new storm of worst case scenario. I'm going to be the only one and hire and train a new guy and continue to build and still respond to medical calls and everything else. That was part of my duties. So trying to come in and get my feet wet, expand a department, which was the #1 goal of law enforcement to the town. That was what I was hired to perform as a service. Secondary is they knew I was a paramedic and they needed some medical. And Telluride Ski and Golf, Telski was very much in support because they had first responders and very few EMTs. And the sheriff's office knew there was a drop. There were no other paramedics. They were going to work to send a sergeant and another officer, the sheriff's wife, to a class here in Denver, 6-month course. EMT to paramedic is technically 9 months accelerated. So anyway, all these moving parts to come forth and say, okay, what are we going to do? Because obviously safety is the #1 goal. So whether or not it's law enforcement or medical, and then what am I doing on the medical side so that I can continue a patient care, but get the best service and move on? What it comes down to is bringing together so many different moving parts of, we're going to need training rooms with Telluride Ski and Golf, some support financially for equipment and bringing everyone together to get certifications and their staff. Volunteer fire departments as volunteers were starting to drop more and more, and volunteer fire service, let alone a beautiful area of Telluride Ski and Golf where it's great to get a lot of volunteers during the winter because people are there. And by the time you start getting them trained, it's summertime. They're either off working for Forest Service or they're river rafting guides, and they're moving on from their ski and ski patrol duties. So you lose all your volunteers. So to try and collaborate and bring all the different groups together was very beautiful in instruction and bringing everyone together. But with that being said, we constantly had these hiccups where you had to re-rally. Let's think of a local job for you so that you can continue your education, get your EMT, and then continue to work as a volunteer. How can we then keep the volunteers? Let's pay $35 per call you respond on. Is that going to break budget? How is that going to be different from the guy that responds to the call and says, that's not going to be a transport versus the EMT that transports? And when you're transporting from Telluride to either Farmington, New Mexico, or go another direction to Durango, or turn around and go to the local closest facility, Montrose, and if it's a little bit more severe, go all the way up to Grand Junction. We had a lot of flights that we tried to do, but being a ski area, not as much capabilities for helicopters and planes to come in. We had a local airport, so we were fairly successful. But to say on a $35 per call, you're going to win a bunch of calls, but you're going to have to take one for a team because that's a 4-hour transport or more, and you lose your regular pay for $35. We had to really think out of the box. Back to the patient care. Oh, we've got a clinic over here at the bottom of Telluride Ski and Golf. That clinic has got a doctor, a physician assistant, and a couple of nurses. How can we roll them in, pass a little bit of patient care, but then take it back for an emergency transport or air or whatever? To answer your point, that was a huge task of community members, businesses, local leaders of what we were trying to do. A vast number of boards to get on the same page of, you want us to resource this from the ski industry, this from volunteer fire department authorities, this from a profit business clinic that is not going to have a large return on investment other than to the community. That was a lot of wrangling. That was my first true induction into politics and meeting with different groups and bringing on board CERTOMA, Service to America, and groups that I just wasn't familiar with, that I was interacting with and actually enjoying. But wow, that was a baptism by God.
Just make sure I understand the context. This was a police department that you were put in charge of that also provided emergency medical services.
We supported it because we did not have any other EMTs or paramedics, and they loved the dual role. At the time, the chief had come from Denver, and then prior to that, Texas. And in Texas, there's a lot of departments of public safety where one day you may be assigned an ambulance, or a fire truck, and another day you're in law enforcement. And when there's a major incident, you support whatever that incident is. You may respond as a firefighter, but assist on a crime scene, or vice versa. You leave your car, block off the road, and you're out assisting fighting a fire. So when I had been applying, they said, you're also a paramedic. We need to talk, because this is our bigger goal in safety, because you are the one that's on the mountain village above the base area of Telluride. We don't have a whole lot of medical, but we need to increase it and serve the public as well with law enforcement. So
Thank you.
it's cross training.
Okay, regarding your leadership and management style, can you recall a challenging conflict within your team and describe how you resolved it?
Yes, it was a prior staff member, cancerous, that was being dealt with in a couple variety of leadership ways of, we can look at this better instead of being so negative and spreading rumors and pushing out their own agenda or circumventing leadership with their own ideas and trying to get others to not only see that point of view, but also act on that, which was contrary to a top-down scenario of, this is what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, the steps to follow through, and these are the policies. So when you have someone that's starting to circumvent and move around, we start with the face-to-face, and then we start stepping it up and documentation of what we need to do and constantly working with that person. In the end, the person was not a good fit for the organization. When it became much more of a dissent and circumventing, well, I'm going to go to cause this issue if you don't do that. You almost get into some legal issues internally, HR, civil, things of that, but also you almost get into a criminal circumstance where you are now either trying to influence a public servant or cause changes in evidentiary and so forth. So it was dealt with appropriately. It is a headache. It is a failure point that I take personally, because you always then step back and go, what could I have done better to prevent this? That's one of those terminations I look at is, I want to keep all the staff, make them retirees from here, bring forth the knowledge and experience of years. But this was a failure because we lose some of that every single time someone leaves, whether or not it's on their own or our accord through a termination or separation that way. We lose some of that, but it's a failure. What did we do? Is that something that we didn't get ahead of in the beginning appropriately? Did we not follow through later on? Was it a training issue, a policy issue? You start really looking at that. And to me, there were things that were brought in before with no backgrounds. And so again, back to that beginning of prior practices to improve on, we have made that improvement. So that's what I have gained from a lot of this, is looking back at how behind the times the sheriff's office was and practices that sooner or later catch up. And this is one of those practices that did catch up and was appropriately dealt with.
Okay, regarding crisis management, ethics and problem solving, can you share an instance where you had to make an on-the-spot ethical decision during a crisis?
Number, I'm trying to think what's going to be the most appropriate. I already explained that one, so I'm going to go to a different one where this is back to Mountain Village, the one hire that I'd brought on. It's a local community. I won't go into his last name, but Dylan, new officer, just out of an academy, massive potential. And it was huge. Ex-military, I mean, I'll talk him up as he was one of those where you go, this candidate is just amazing. And he's going to do well if he stays. If not, we'll be blessed to say we had him here for a year or two, because I suspect he's going to go on. And that was part of this plan. His spouse was the manager of the airport. And we kept getting rumors of issues that would involve alcohol, criminal violations, a lot of circumstances with whether or not it was DUI or landing planes while under the influence. It just started snowballing, but there are rumors, but we didn't know anything. As the paramedic, I got a phone call direct, and She was intoxicated, I could tell. And she made a comment that she was in the car with another male, and they decided they would race a plane, and they went off the runway. He's got a broken leg and an arm. She's got a head injury, can't see out one eye. She wants me to come help and transport him as fast as possible without anyone else knowing. I said, well, one, I'm going to be en route, and two, that's not an option. I called dispatch, aired out what I was responding to, responded, got on scene, knowing who it was, made the right ethical decision that I'm calling for flights on this other gentleman so he doesn't die. They didn't have a flight, so I got to now have a doctor and a nurse, myself, transport two for multiple hours. And I'm going to have to deal with you. I'm going to have to deal with your husband now because he had knowledge and said, just call John, because his idea was, I don't want to be part of this. You're in with another male in a car who had an accident. Both of y'all are intoxicated. I don't want knowledge of it. You just call him direct. That's not an appropriate law enforcement peace officer decision. So we're going to prioritize very quickly. Let's save lives. Let's document and get other law enforcement off to up here to see and document the case, because I'm going to pivot between two roles very quickly as a leader, as a peace officer, and a paramedic to save lives. Document our crimes, document the incidents in general, and then deal with the personnel issues in multiple facets later that night and the next day and so on.
Did that result in a termination?
Yes, very quickly. Out on leave to prove that there was enough that phone calls, the knowledge was there, the admission. He was terminated and moved on. She was terminated immediately by the airport authority as the manager, and FAA had to get into other stuff, but I could really get into the accident, the CSP and everything, but that was, it's almost like the second or third thing after you think you've gotten through everything and you start to move forward, and all of a sudden, what, where did this come from? You know, but you go back to, well, we are people, we're human, people make mistakes. And this was a large one that needed to be dealt with. But yes, it did result in a termination and resetting of the department back to one-man show, hiring another and contracting for assistance because I couldn't be 24/7.
Okay. So in reference to community collaboration and modernization, can you describe a time when your collaboration within the community, a community group or a board resulted in significant change or reform?
I'll go local with Empire. Tough circumstances with growth and a community. But when I came out to Empire, it had just been reestablished for just a couple of years and was growing as a police department. But the town's got some growing pains. I was a business owner there, the Hard Rock Cafe and a brewery. And I was integrated in the community, and they were trying to make some changes, bring on another chief. I had some experience prior to that as undersheriff over in Grand County. And so I had a lot of community support. In that, when I got on board and we started to expand through bringing on grants, talking to everyone in the community, other leadership who are community members, we started integrating a little bit more of our code enforcement and how we can improve our delivery of services and take care of multiple complaints, because in small towns, there's always a little bit of crime. Unfortunately, again, whether or not it's from outside or inside, we're human. But the majority of a lot of the complaints are more to quality of life, code enforcement, the barking dog. My neighbor had a party. It's a short-term rental and there's constant traffic in and out, the headlights, the people partying because they're on vacation and I have to work the next day. So we started looking at the bigger picture of what do we need to do for quality of life to make this a better residential community for our true members in the community, as well as then we can polish it because we do need the outside, whether or not it's people to move in or people to invest in the community through business or bringing in their tourism dollars and so forth. So I started a lot of the code enforcement and bringing in what was programs that were truly a little bit more modern, crime prevention through environmental design. It's a course I had gotten certified back in the 90s as a crime prevention initiative, but it was another one to say, let's look at all of this. Let's look at our current code. What can we do to improve the code enforcement, but also improve what the laws were? They were, again, back to being antiquated and old. A lot of stuff had been done not appropriately, erecting of certain signs, figuring this or expecting this was a road when it was private property, and getting into, do we make certain someone civilly move trailers or other things because it's on property or it's not on public property? How do we enforce that that's never been enforced before? How do we look at this quality of life issue that is not a massive crime, but it's really got people really ruffled under the feathers and dividing parts of a local community? So SEPTED was one of them, but the modernization was bringing forth, how do we get integrated in and talk to people about, well, this is an issue and I understand, but is it really that it's a short-term rental and bringing in tax dollars, or is it because there was a party that one time? Can you call us on that so we can talk to them about it? What can we do better to get in a better spot as a community? So modernization is not just the technology. We brought on more technology. I could run crime stats of where all the crimes were occurring in the town. Was it related to traffic because of Highway 40 being such a large pipeline? And it's not just then traffic. Was it because of an altercation at one of the local bars or something else? Or is this really something that is a local issue? So we looked at crime stats, we looked at technology, we got updated with E-Force so that we could actually better collaborate with the county and have the same system. So we upgraded to E-Force, we could chime in and basically work better with the county sheriff's office and responses and delivery of services, since we weren't 24/7. I could take more on call during the evening to alleviate issues with the sheriff's office. So again, technology modernization, but also conceptual with SEPTED and working through code enforcement, as I was also in charge of a lot of the building issues and so forth, to make sure we were doing things legally and appropriately and collaborating with the building department here on building permits, things that just really weren't up to snuff, up to speed.
Okay, your favorite subject, all of our favorite subject, budget and resource management.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about it enough. Let's talk about it some more. Discuss a time when you had to make a significant budgetary decision that impacted your department's operations.
I will go with the recent, just to, for elephants in the room and so forth with current budget. I won't say I truly am excited and enjoy tough conversations, but I do though, because that's where we get growth and so forth. That's where we get a better understanding of other people's point of view. So this last year's budget had quite a few issues that needed to be dealt with. We had some cuts, 2.5 FTEs, which are very controversial. It was a reduction in $216,000 to the budget. That's 2.5 people that when we talk about full-time equivalents or employees, people think it's a name. Those were positions that had not been filled for years, but that was a tough decision. When we also had other things that were in play in the budget, because I came in at the end of it, but there wasn't training put in. There was some reduction in costs that really support moving the organization forward. There was zero training dollars on the patrol budget. So I don't know if that's an oversight or if there was some other thinking, but there were some issues that we looked at and went, well, that's kind of a failure. How do we end up there? But we can do better. So hence an increase in this year's budget. I know that that is a touchy subject as we look at it, but it's also a subject that needs to be discussed and explained a little bit more and in depth. We've had some cuts. We did some inappropriate cuts before, but we still have to look at current cuts and multiple options of what's the best practice. In my document I provided, I explained that there's some opportunities because of our animal control, increasing what they can do and services performed, or is that a reduction of FTEs? My recommendation in the letter is increase their services. In this short time that I've already been here, we've increased their services to support the shelter better when they're short staffed, because one of the cuts was a full-time equivalent, 1 FTE employee from the shelter. So let's reallocate some of the resources of animal control to assist the shelter, whether or not it's because they had a large presence of animals and duties and tasks to move forward with, or is it because someone's out sick or they're on vacation, personal leave and so forth. Turnover. So animal control is able to step in and assist with that, as well as some transports of animals. Because in the past, if there was multiple people at the shelter, one of the technicians could transport for an animal appointment at a vet or whatever needed to be done. Training, outside training. So we had to revamp a little bit of the duties of animal control And then we were still short-staffed with issues on patrol. So I said, well, what can they do? Because they're not post-certified, but it's back to this code enforcement I had done elsewhere as more of a, one of the positions I'd done in Empire was a community service officer. Let's go ahead and get them used to enforcing other things or assisting in larger roles. That is not the norm of an animal control officer. We got them TIM certified, which is a traffic incident management. So we got them certified in that course so they can assist with road closures, whether or not it's a major incident, accident, fire on the highway, or just a snow closure or evacuations. If we need to get into an evacuation, they understand, here's what you need to do, how to do it, and what we need to do, and not just rescuing animals, but maybe closing off roads. So we reformed that a little bit. One of the things back to the budget is I think we could add code enforcement to that. If we add code enforcement to them, it's an inexpensive training. They already know how to write citations. They're doing that frequently. They already know how to have conversations with people, especially on touchy subjects. In law enforcement, we can walk up and tell people, you know, you were speeding, or this is an incident, a disagreement between you and your spouse, and you have to go to jail. But you want to talk of animals? That is a hot subject for a lot of people where you really have to de-escalate quickly because that's not, my dog couldn't have done that. No way. So they are very well trained, but now if we add in that code enforcement to help assist the county attorney and manager or planning and development on this is what we're seeing and bring in our resources that's from dispatch. One of the recent incidents that we're getting complaints on is the short-term rental in Evergreen, yet we aren't getting calls for service. So let's bring that in and say, we're going to go and follow up on it. We're going to have more conversations from law enforcement to the property owners and the neighbors and everyone else. Is this a true violation of criminal law where we have a true, say, disorderly conduct, loud noise? Is it something like that that I need to have a deputy or someone else involved with? Or can we work on the code enforcement portion of, okay, let's change this, or let's work on this issue because you are inappropriately having some fires that may be legal, but this isn't in the best space. Now we need to bring in fire authority to see if they can help mitigate. Or is this a violation of a short-term rental where we can actually then have the hearings and say, we need to revoke some of these or not renew because they have not made improvements as a property owner or the homeowner on that short-term rental. We can get a step forward in that community saying, let's work on it. Let's work to solve this problem before you lose your short-term rental permit or whatever the other issue is that's going on. And it refines our delivery of service. So we're doing more with less.
I have a follow-on question about the budget. And
Yes.
I think it's interesting that you characterize the 2.5 FTEs as controversial. I mean, in my mind, that was one of the least controversial things we did last year. So essentially, we talked about defunding positions that had not been staffed, and it appeared that the money would be spent on something else that wouldn't be in the budget, that wouldn't come in front of the public for a discussion. So I disagree. I think that was something I would be happy to do again in 5 minutes if someone asked me to. But with that said, the context of the fiscal cliff and kind of the all hands on deck mentality of the entire county to find a way. We can't print our own money, right? We can't take the easy way out like a federal government could. And I believe our shortfall at the beginning of the budget season was 2.9 million. And by a combination of hard work and belt tightening, the county outside of the sheriff's office got that down to 1.2 million. And the sheriff's office is presenting us with a budget that's over $1 million higher than it was last year. How do you reconcile that picture?
There's a lot of moving parts, and I'll break that down. I'm going to start with your first hearing that you don't feel that was controversial. I appreciate hearing that because I hear both sides of the story. And while we never had those positions filled, there's a lot of people that are fearful because, well, what if? And we needed that third in the shelter, or we needed this in different divisions, halftime nurse or the other in the kitchen. So I'm glad to hear a little bit of positiveness out of a tough decision, but that's what we do as leaders.
Yeah.
So that is good. Moving on to your point on the budget. A lot of this increase in the budget, last time I spoke with Maria, was about 11%. 3% is an additional increase in expected cost with an EPA, the economic pay adjustment. We'll call it a COLA because that can vary and all the other different measuring marks. But Part is that an increase in our budget. Part of it's also adding in training. So back to having a CIT course of 10,000 and allocating that out over patrol staff and some detention, increasing our training across all the divisions. Part of it's also an increase with dispatch, but we don't know where it's at. So we have budgeted for the entire dispatch, having a parameter of we're looking at April, May, June, somewhere at some point for the CHEFCOM. So that would end up being an additional savings. We also increased what is our revenue. This year, just a couple of months ago, we increased what we are charging for inmates with the federal U.S. Marshals program to $100. Plus, we've increased the $45 per hour for any type of transports or physical handling of the inmates from one location to another, medical, picking them up at facilities when we're out and about and so forth. So we've increased the revenue. We also increased our contract labor. So the businessman in me says, well, if we're not making money on it, we either need to make money on it or not perform that. And you can't do that with all law enforcement. We're unfortunately a negative enterprise part of government. We can't go write so many citations that were positive. That's not a good practice, or I would even tender to say legal one. But there's ways we can improve and also reduce some costs, but you have to budget for that. So grants, we brought in more grants. We're expecting to increase the number of grants. So that is something that we've increased in the budget, because this year alone, we had multiple grants that we received. Court security grants that weren't budgeted for, an emergency court security grant wasn't budgeted for. You start bringing in that $60,000, $100,000 unbudgeted, we're becoming higher and higher over budget. So next year, let's at least put it in. If we don't get it, we don't spend it. Back to the contract labor, we have increased our contract labor to $100 an hour for a deputy to go out and contract per hour, minimum 4 hours. 20% of that comes back to the county. The staff gets that $80. The other 20% comes back to the county to offset any of our costs. So that $20 per hour, 20% covers whether or not there's a vehicle being used or not, fuel or not, insurance or any other taxation, because there's a couple percentage that still is mandatory to be paid. So we're going to offset all of that, bring in a little bit more, and make sure we're performing our services and then some. Unfortunately, on dollars in a budget, that means we need to show that that's going to be there so that I don't have to keep coming every few months and say, hey, this grant is great. It's $100,000, but it wasn't budgeted for. So we looked at this current budget and our future of what we expect, and it has caused an increase. But when you truly look at the numbers, the personnel is at 3%, and then the training increase is the most valuable portion, because that's the way we can invest in our staff.
It's like tens of thousands though, right?
I think that is 100 or so for training across the board. I'll have to pull that up and check with Maria
So,
for the training portion.
so if I could summarize what I heard, the answer is there's nothing you can do about it.
No, not at all. I still look at our staff. We've talked on FTEs, what we would do to make sure we are as lean and viable as possible. We need to reduce our overtime. Our overtime has been very drastic because we hadn't been filling positions. When we fill a position, and we recently filled 5 for detentions, they are in training for 3 months before they're on their own. During that 3 months, they don't receive any overtime, but the training officer is receiving overtime, and we still have others on overtime backfilling some of those open positions. So there is a lot we can do and that we can continue to do better. And that is the management of our personnel. So it's not just specifically, and it's not that there's nothing we can do about it. This is in our control. How we manage it is going to be the best outcome. So that's, again, reinvesting in our personnel, reducing the liability, getting them training so that they want to stay. Back to training to want to stay. One of the things that I've created was a contract to help hold staff for a couple of years after going to a large, expensive training. So it could be post-certification or anything else, that then if they leave within 3 years, they pay us back a portion of that. If they stay, we've invested in that service level of commitment to the employee. We've kept them here, so we gain an investment, a return of investment on that staff. But those are things that we're trying to do to then reduce turnover, which is a huge loss, estimated at $45,000 per person that we train. It's also reducing the overtime, because now we don't have as much overtime because we have staffing. So there is a lot, but that starts with the basics. We've got to get back to the basics of the foundation. And that's where we then see the rewards. And we will also see how either fat or lean we are in staffing of whatever division that is. Animal control. or animal shelter. I've told y'all, we reduced a lot of the animals to reduce costs to the county. A lot of animals were being brought in from outside of our two contracted counties, Gilpin and Clear Creek, because the shelters couldn't handle them, or it was believed to be a kill shelter. That became an expense to our county taxpayers, as well as a feeding of the need for staff. So back to that, when we get back to the basics, we don't have a whole large number of animals at our shelter. So now we actually truly understand what should our staffing be to support that shelter. So that's part of making sure we're doing our best to be as lean as possible, while also making sure we're fulfilling our duties as best as possible.
One really quick follow-on question,
Yes, sir.
and my experience here is, I would say probably anecdotal at best, but when I've seen organizations that chronically pay overtime, many of the employees calibrate their lifestyle to expect that overtime. So what sort of issues and retention issues do you maybe anticipate when people have a lifestyle that's here and their overtime gets into here and now they're down here?
So that's going to be a talk to deal with that employee. If they are outliving their means and expecting overtime, you can't expect that pay increase. You can't expect those hours without something falling by a wayside. Quality of life personally, because they're always on that overtime, because they're having that higher expenditures and whatever their endeavors are that are causing them to outlive their basic pay. It's also taxing to the entity, because sooner or later someone's tired and maybe not pulling their weight. It's also expensive for all of us, mentally and physically, and to the organization financially. So we need to have those conversations. One of the things that we are stepping towards, but it's staffing again, is right now in detentions, it's 12-hour shifts. I'm looking forward to getting them to a 4-10 shift. We have more availability for training and overlap days, better allocation and use of resources, because we are already doing the same training days on patrol. So we can overlap that way. Plus, with 410s, now we have an opportunity, if someone needs to stay later, it's not a full 12-hour shift, it's only 2 hours overtime. Or can we reallocate that to another day because someone's got court or a planned medical or outage or something else? So then we can reallocate that one person and have overlaps for those emergency transports and so forth. So specifically to your point, we need to have those conversations, because that is a talent management issue that is spreading out to our fiscal issue or other staffing issue and so forth. It's talent management is the bottom line to your point, but that gives the bigger picture of why.
There's another element of this that I'm curious to hear your perspective on. And Sean, I appreciate you bringing up the proposed budget growing while the rest of the county is working to shrink. Something else that I've observed is outside of my expectations. I know we came into the year with a lot of vacancies.
Yes.
Normally you would expect to experience savings because there are salaries that you budgeted for that you're not spending money on. And I know it's not 100%, right? Because you mentioned the overtime. However, what I'm being told is that your office is getting ready to go roughly $500,000 above your budget for the year in spite of those vacancy savings. I heard you say in a previous response that some of that is due to grants that you received. That, I don't know if this board is aware of, or our finance staff or our county manager is aware of. How as sheriff, and I recognize that you didn't spend the whole year. You spent a lot of the year, you had a sheriff that you were reporting to. Part of the year you didn't. As sheriff, how would you maintain discipline, realize savings around vacancies? What it feels like from this side of the house, and what I would expect it maybe feels like to the public, is that there are expenditures happening that we're not budgeting for, we're not discussing in public. And so how would you kind of impose discipline on yourself, on your office, in managing the budget that is allocated to you?
Can I add one comment to that? And add an element of transparency so we're fully aware of what those items are as they happen, when they do happen.
Yeah, transparency and collaboration with this.
Yes, and a lot of that is grants, a lot of it is overtime. The grants are per our policy, they go through county admin. So county manager, county attorney, we submit those to them. There's a lot of emergency grants that came in that were fast and furious. The court security, I believe that you had signed off on. That one was, again, there's $60,000 that was for expenditures and so forth that were not planned for. The Forest Service grant. Every year we get a Forest Service update and grant for service to Forest Service, so trolls and responses. That one increased, in fact, it over doubled and included some equipment in there. So transparency, we talked about that. We've brought it forward, but it's a grant that was also this fiscal year that we needed to spend because starting in the end of January, first part of February, we should have another update. That included the Razor side by side. So perception was we're out expending new dollars to get this new toy. And where did it come from? Well, it was paid for under a federal grant. So there are some better ways we can do business, not only being transparent on it, but making sure that everyone is better informed. One of the communications things that we need to be better at, and we've discussed internally, worked on it internally, now we're working on external, is communications. Make sure that county admin has a better understanding of what's going on so that we can answer appropriately, whether or not it's to the board or to other public and entities. That's just one of many ways. I mean, back to the overtime, there's no way to say anything except for that's just egregious and we know it, but we've got a service that we're trying to keep up with. And it's unfortunate when we get so understaffed with uncertainties. There's been so much shakeup from incident after incident. And it's not an excuse. We still have to have leadership, but the reasoning behind trying to keep staff when we had to terminate a couple for charges. We've lost an undersheriff. They don't know where why we're here. The next sheriff's going to lead the organization. People started putting out applications months later. They don't have one answer, but then they get offered a job and they take that. And then we have to pay additional overtime while trying to train people. It has gotten out of hand and there's no denying that we're not in a good spot and we've spent more than we should have. But being fiscally responsible, I look at it from my standpoint of business. You can't make money. You have to be very resourceful, creative. And if you go broke, you're out of business. Whether or not in government you can go out of business, no, it's not acceptable. You have to find ways to make up for that mistake, failure, over expenditure, own it and continue moving forward. I'm not going to run us out of business. That's not my business model or plan. It's trying to get us back to a foundation and level of where we're at. That last I'd heard was 300,000, but whatever the dollar is above what we should have been doing. But it's keeping staff on the floor and detentions or out on patrol because public safety has to be met. And the grants, absolutely, I understand, but that was free money that we were given and afforded at an increase that was not budgeted, which really added to our headache.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We need to go into another.
Yeah, we got one last question on our list here.
Okay.
So this is about technology and innovation. Tell us about a time when you implemented a new technological solution or innovative practice that significantly improved outcomes.
I'm going to go with comp stats at Arapahoe County back to CIT, crisis intervention teams. That was some technology that was at our fingertips and not being utilized. And we were able to increase with better resources on just research and understanding what we were doing, what our current practice was in response to calls, where they were at, what was related to mental health, what was a touch and go of a service. Someone was tired of going and responding to that call. We could look at that one and say, we've got this frequent number of calls, but they're only spending 5 minutes on scene, not resolving an issue. That deputy would arrive, go, oh, that's just something related to mental health, or I'm not dealing with it because it's not a crime, and leaving. Whereas that adds, it snowballs, it creates passing the buck to another shift, another person, another staff member, or not resolving that growing little issue to where that person sooner or later is charged with a crime or actually commits suicide or any other such negative, egregious issues and not resolving or addressing the main issue. So that was a point where I was able to take technology that was already there, not spend more money on it. Just use it as a resource and start collaborating stats and passing information on to different shifts. Because one side of the week didn't know the other side. Command staff didn't know that this other person wasn't doing what should have been a basic function of humanity and service. And spending time to take care of, hey, there's allocated resources here of the county, and there's additional resources through nonprofits or YMCA, NAMI, all these others that would alleviate the call. So in the end, you're not only providing a better service to that person, to humankind, you're also reducing our cost of response to that and that allocation, the additional fuel, man hours of overtime because of it. So back to technology, that was just one of a great point of saying, let's look at each and every one of these repeated calls. Take out the issue of maybe it's a true crime in that area, some thefts, things like that. Let's look at what can we do better for the person for that repeated call and incident. So that was great technology already there that didn't cost us more. We actually then ended up expanding that to more comp stats and resources and so forth. That was much more better of passing on information between multiple agencies, the infancy of a co-responder program, the infancy of the district attorney's office having better resources for allocation to a mental health versus a criminal trial. So let's get people to drug court, or let's get them over to some other adult diversion program where we can hold them accountable, but really take care of the main foundation of, is it mental health or alcohol and so forth. So that was a beautiful moment that we improved.
Any other, do you guys have any follow-up questions prior to asking the applicant to ask us questions?
So
No, I don't think so.
So what questions do you have for us?
I actually think we get to exchange a lot of information. I'm looking forward to improve on that and continue. It's not so much questions, but a statement, and also checking if public or anyone else has any questions or comments. I don't know if that's on the agenda for you guys.
We're not taking public comment until after the interview is
Right.
completed today.
I was thinking as candidates. Apologies. So.
That's right.
No, I'm honored to be here in the seat right now, let alone the last year, almost a year that I've been employed. I can truly say my passion is this, and that's why back to the sacrifice of, I currently own 2 homes, looking at investing in a third one in a community. How many people need to say that contiguous, move family, make such a personal investment at a reduction of pay? It's truly more of, this is why I'm trying to make a difference, to provide stability, continued reorganization and reform to improve what we're doing here. I'm invested in the community in so many different levels, and I'm looking forward to continuing that at a higher level. So thank you.
Well, thanks. And I appreciate your service to us over the last year here and your service to the county also. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. That's everything.
Just a comment from me. As far as the next steps in the process, our agenda is set with a goal for us to be able to make a decision this afternoon. We have a meeting scheduled tomorrow if we want to think about it overnight. We, of course, have the option to decide that we want to ask follow-up questions, et cetera. Just so you have an understanding of the process moving forward.
Right. So which means that implies there's a slight chance it could even go beyond tomorrow if that investigation and those technical questions or something we come out of today with. That's not our hope. Our hope is to come out of here today with an answer, and if not, by tomorrow morning.
Tough decision. You got some good applicants, locally tested, and looking forward to continuing working with you. So good
Thanks.
luck on a expedient decision.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get this show on the road again, now that we're recording. So our next interviewee is Bruce Brown, former district attorney. We're running about, I'm starting about 5 minutes behind right here. We can go through introductions if we need to. That would only be for the public that's watching. I think we all know each other here. So the public knows who we are. Bruce, why don't you just introduce yourself?
Sure,
And then Carol Ann's going to take off with the questions for you.
sure. I'm Bruce Brown. I live in Evergreen in Clear Creek County. And I am a lawyer by profession and am an applicant for the position of sheriff.
Okay,
Thank you.
so.
I'm going to ask the questions here to start.
Yeah, structure wise, I'm gonna ask the questions and then they're gonna interject whenever they feel it's appropriate with follow-ups. So there's 7 structured questions for today. The first one is, we'd like to get kind of your story in your own words about your background, your experience, your education, your training, how those things have prepared you for this moment right now.
Sure. You know, my professional career started in the LA County Public Defender's Office. And at that point, it was the largest, I think, public defender's office in the country. We had about 500 attorneys. And I did it because I wanted to be a trial lawyer. Coincidentally, I kind of interviewed for the district attorney's office as well, but the PD made me the first offer. I wanted to be in the courtroom. I love to argue, love the ideas of representing somebody and being an advocate for a position. I mentioned that first because I remember when I had a review, an annual review, and I think I was protesting because they didn't give me the promotion I wanted. So there was a process. And they said, you know, Bruce is good at thinking on his feet. And I think that's true. I'm very adaptable. And what brings that to mind, and I can go through, you can read my resume and we can do that. But I had something very different come to mind overnight about this prospect of the position. And there was an open house for the sheriff's office yesterday to interview the candidates. And I went through in my mind prior to yesterday, all the things that I would do, the programs, et cetera. But what struck me, and why I bring this up now about good at thinking on his feet, is that I got a very different view of what the sheriff's office needs at this point. And I don't think most people would have gotten this thought. And I share it with you because I think it's critical. That office has had a lot of trauma. And that was palpable last night in the comments that employees made to me. And it's the result of a lot of tumultuous incidents over the last couple of years. And I don't think that condition has been dealt with. And I don't think we can move forward with reforming the office until we make that office healthy from a mental health standpoint. That doesn't mean people are disturbed, they're traumatized. And I don't know what's gone on over the last couple of years to deal with that, but we need to take a look at that. And nothing good is going to get done here until we do. I could not come in as sheriff and start, and I've tried to make crystal clear, no personnel changes on day one. Absolutely not. And I think that's absolutely the right philosophy to take. This organization does not need another earthquake. And these people need to know they have a job and that their livelihood and the community that they've come to during the day is a healthy one. So some of the policy stuff is, I think, timed out for me. I think the first order of business is to go in and talk to these folks. They have not had the leadership that has built an organization to be emotionally resilient. they have been very good at repeating patterns over the years. And that has not been one where tell me your feelings is important. But remember what they do every day. They're responding to accidents, people who have been physically harmed, working with the coroner to care for loved ones after somebody immediately has passed. So they have direct trauma and they have vicarious trauma that needs to be dealt with. And we need, as an organization, to support these folks in getting that, in recognition that the next year is going to be tumultuous too. You got a new sheriff coming in. You got maybe communications division on the way out. You've got an election. You're just talking more earthquakes. Now, people are going to leave during this stretch. People are already leaving. It's difficult to maintain a staff. Found that as district attorney, very difficult to maintain a staff in the mountains of Colorado. So they have a lot of legitimate concerns that we have to look at. So one of the things in looking at my background as district attorney, we beefed up the employee assistance program. We brought staff to the Slacker and sponsored their participation so they could physically exercise, do the things that were wellness oriented. And that really needs to be the block of where this organization goes. It's got to get well. These are good people who want to succeed, who believe in themselves, but also recognize that morale is at an all-time low. And so these things that we did in the district attorney's office, and one which was really important, it was limited, but which I would love to bring here, and I think exemplifies my philosophy about a workplace. I was at a federal conference at the Broadmoor, really an interesting one. Supreme Court justices come and they talk. It's very unusual. And I was in the lobby waiting, I think, for the next session to start. And I heard some Boulder County attorneys talking. And they said, babies in the workplace. And I turned around and I said, what? So yeah, the county allows us to bring our babies to work. I said, you gotta be kidding me. And I went to Boulder and I met with those folks. That's one of my strengths. I'm really good at networking. And I'm really good at developing change. And I learned that they had a program where infants, because we all know infants, families do best when they're with their primary caretakers in those early months. And we instituted in the DA's office, bringing the babies in the workplace. And it wasn't, and one of the trial lawyers was the one who did this, brought her baby in. So she had to go to court and she turned to an investigator and said, hey, I'm doing court in 5 minutes. Can you hold my baby? And we supplied playpens and lactation areas. And the whole office enveloped this family and the morale got up. There's nothing more calming in a stressful environment than to hold a baby, right? You don't, I mean, sometimes a baby screams and whatnot. But the point is this, a policy like that is a conversation I would like to have. And I think we have to think out of the box to get this organization well. And, you know, I didn't answer your question, but I got to say something that I wanted to say, which was, that's the priority for me if I get this position. Day one, how do we repair and make this staff healthy? Because if we can't do that, we can't do anything successfully.
Bruce, how long do you think that will take?
I think it will take a long time. I don't think I think it's a severe shock that the organization has undergone. And I think that we need to access, maybe with Carol Ann's support. I know a private provider who goes into organizations and lives in Clear Creek County, and his job is to respond to traumas in the workplace. reach out to at state levels and figure out what resources can they give us. I do not have the skills to do it. I can identify the problem. I can talk to individuals, and I've told these individuals that have approached me, my door is open and you can say anything you want to me privately. Hopefully our public, we're now on the same page. There has to be communication. This is not an organization that thrives on good communication. So we have to give them the permission to be honest and let their guard down and say, I need help. I don't know how that for some people it'll be quick, but for some people it will be a really long time. And I think once you get some of these resources in, they don't leave. They become part of the organization.
I think that one example you gave with the babies was a good one, but no 13-year-olds.
Well, and I thought what I was really envisioning is, can we get baby seats for the patrol cars?
I just some things in follow-up on, this is the question about, your relevant experience, et cetera. And so I'll offer a prompt here. You've been district attorney. That has a lot to do with the criminal process. Of course, that doesn't have anything to do with arresting people. How do you think your skill set as district attorney will translate to sheriff? And what do you think you'll be missing? And then if you can handle 3 questions at once, how will you fill in what you think is missing?
Okay, so what's missing is I'm not post certified. Post has a requirement that in order to gain basic certification, you do X number of hours. That would be the requirements for an elected or appointed sheriff. There's a requirement of a minimum of 20 hours. So it's not the full program. So I will need to engage with Commander Bo. I know him from his days in the Summit. He's now director of post because he's in charge of crafting protocols for 3 parts of their curriculum, which I lack: arrest and control techniques, firearms, and driving skills. That's about a 7-week program is what I figure. And so I will have to fit that in the first year, hopefully quick as I can. I'm pretty good at multitasking, but that's what I got to do. That's certainly what I'm missing. As DA, you work in law enforcement, and as a criminal defense attorney, you work with, sometimes against, but in tandem with law enforcement folks all the time. I know I have had to either direct examine or cross-examine or fill in the investigative gaps on every type of case imaginable. I feel confident in saying that I have more complex case investigative experience than anybody else in this county. I have tried 2 murder cases in this county as DA. I have been to multiple crime scenes where we were dealing with people who had passed. I have networked across the state with CBI and criminal justice and numerous other law enforcement agencies, FBI, Secret Service, you name it. So I have that entire network. I dare say that most sheriffs in this county are not physically arresting people. They're overseeing. So I don't think my primary role is going to be putting cuffs on people, but I think it's important from the standpoint of modeling that I have those skills. I think that I am viewed currently as deficient for this position because I have not already done those things. This is similar to the notion that I had never been a prosecutor so that I could not be district attorney, and people laughed to my face. And that's happening again. I've been down this road. I realize I have gaps and I will have to rely heavily on my staff. I realize I'm not a perfect person, and as a manager, I have made mistakes in the past and I will have to change. And I've had the benefit of almost 3 years after being DA and life experience that has changed me in ways that I think will be better. So I bring a lot. When I worked a lot with cops, a lot of them said, this is great to work with the DA. This is great because I had all the legal insight. We had to review every warrant. I was lecturing, even in this room, to Clear Creek sheriffs and other local agencies, Empire, Georgetown, Idaho Springs, on new laws. I am actively engaged with the legislature, even currently as a private attorney, to try to craft new laws in order to help. So these are all things that I think I bring to the position that are unique and different. But this would be a non-traditional appointment. Let's be honest, folks. All the sheriffs and 63 other sheriffs sitting around in a room are going to look and say, oh, who let him in? They're going to say it. I mean, that's okay. They're also going to have some needs that they're going to turn to me and say, let's send Bruce. What is his opinion? Because it will bring a different perspective into the room.
I think as a little bit of a follow-up to that, and I noticed that you started with what's missing and then you went to the other part, and it's good. But the thing that was missing was a certification that you thought would take some number of weeks. And you did note that the sheriff himself or herself does not usually end up in a car arresting people. They can end up on scene directing a critical incident if they are able to get there, though. And what I'm thinking back to is my own life, recognizing that having administrated construction projects and multiple construction projects, that one of the most invaluable things I had been to be injured on jobs and be told and ordered to do things that were unsafe and then taught how to do them safely and do all of those kinds of things, so that I had an innate understanding of what I was asking people to do when I was managing them. And so I just want to call out that one thing and ask if you can address the critical piece, not only of having been trained to, if you ask a person, what's it take to be what do you like to be a brain surgeon? Well, I got to go to medical school. Yeah, that's important. But there's probably more to it than that. And so how can you address the fact of not having had that? Oh, yes, you won't be arresting people. You won't be carrying a gun. You won't be in the street. And I'm not saying that a person has to have all those things, but what about that? Is that a gap also?
Oh, I mean,
Experientially.
absolutely, it's a gap. I will have to rely heavily on the command staff in order to supervise. I mean, to just give one example, if I got a complaint from a citizen, hey, I had an interaction with Officer Joe, just making up a name, and I feel that Officer Joe is inappropriate. Probably one of the first things I do is pull the report, body cam, review it, get an impression. Then I go to the supervising sergeant and say, you need to look at this because I'm concerned. We got a call. I want your impression. Sergeant says, yep, there's a concern. My directive probably at that point is deal with it and let me know how you've dealt with it. I mean, I don't think I'm going to be the one to talk about tactics. Certainly I can do some things. De-escalation, I think I'm pretty good at those types of things. And communication, was the report written? I can do some of these things. I've taught officers how to write reports, but I've taught officers how to come to court prepared to testify. But when I have had questions about officers' conduct in the field, usually I will go to an expert officer, somebody who has years of experience to say, take a look at this, give me your impression. That's how we dealt with the grand jury. When we had officer misconduct allegations or investigations, you would have testimony about what the officer did, and then you would have an expert police officer come in to say, this is the officer did or did not fulfill and abide by policies and the law. They'll have to filter that for me for some period of time before I would be comfortable in my own ability to do that.
So I guess I mean, I think we're gonna sit with this question for a little bit here, just because you are an unconventional candidate. So I'm curious about looking at your resume. It looks like the first time you managed a large number of people was after you were elected as district attorney. That's probably a big learning curve. I'm curious, like, what lessons did you learn in managing people? You've had an opportunity to reflect on that. You mentioned that over the last few years. And how would you apply those lessons as a sheriff?
Okay, so if I had a member of the public, let's say, complain about something that was going on within the organization, I think it's really critical to bring the subject of that complaint in very quickly. No secrets, like, okay, this is the allegation. You need to be aware of this and you need to give me your feedback, because you delay that kind of stuff, it does not go well. People need to be reviewed at least annually, both in terms of job performance as well as salary. And that needs to be done on a regular recurring basis so people are not missed. When people are failing in their responsibilities, there needs to be immediate attention and oftentimes corrective action notice given, so that on paper you have directed the subject of that performance issue to the issue, and you have designed a plan for curing the problem. It could be training, it could be education, it could be all kinds of things. And then follow through on that. There needs to be follow up to monitor it, to see that it was done. I think I tend to be a micromanager, and I don't think that's healthy. And I think I need clearly to delegate more, and I need to encourage the staff to push back on me when I cross lines like that. It doesn't mean I won't sometimes do it. I think it's very helpful to walk to the copier and you see a page that wasn't, or, whatever, a fax, do they come in anymore or something? And look at it and say, what the heck? As DA, I was always the last one to know, particularly if I had the smudge on my face or my tie. Nobody tells, nobody. They just you got to encourage people to approach you, to be direct, to tell you what's what, and be willing to accept that type of kind of constructive criticism and try to do your best to get on the same page and compromise. It's not, if it's my way or the highway, somebody's going to lose, and that's generally not good for the organization. So those are just a few things that I'd say that I learned a lot because it is largely an administrative capacity, just like sheriff is. And that's just the reality. You've got 72.5. I can't wait to meet the 0.5. Is that head to waist or waist down? But that's a big organization. And so you're going to spend a lot of time with personnel issues, and that's going to be inescapable. And if you don't, you will end up with lawsuits, and you will end up with really messy stuff. And that's a big workplace. I'm going to need Carol Ann's help a lot.
Thank you.
Any more?
Okay, question number 2.
Number 2. That's what I was.
Time check. Okay, so regarding your vision for Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office, tell us about a time you had to align a team's mission with a broader organizational or community vision.
So one of the things about law enforcement and policing and prosecution is that the page is turned from where it was. And so as DA, I wanted to adopt some more progressive techniques in order that we stop incarcerating as many people. We stop prosecuting people who didn't need to be prosecuted. So we established a very cutting edge program of taking felony offenders and putting them into diversion programs. That means not formally prosecuting people. And while many offices around the state we're doing that with misdemeanors and juveniles, and the Fifth has always had a juvenile diversion program. To start with that mid-hanging fruit, I mean, you couldn't commit a aggravated assault type offense and get diversion. That wasn't happening, but you could commit, there's a whole lot of crimes out there that are low-level felonies that you could. And so we had to build that program from the ground up. And that meant creating policies, hiring a staff, communicating with our stakeholders like law enforcement or like counties that were responsible for our budget, to explain what we were doing and why were we doing this. And I think we were doing it in part, one, because it was the right thing to do. Most people coming into the criminal justice system, it's a one-off. It's not the, revolving door of justice, and encourage those law enforcement agencies to don't arrest, stop. If you think you're interacting with somebody who isn't going to need a judge in order to change their behavior through orders, but may comply with counseling and community service and regular meetings with a trained staff member to see that they're, going to school and taking care of their families and whatnot, just send that directly to us. So it was a pretty extensive handbook recreated, got the program off the ground. And so I'm very proud of that kind of thing. And then, of course, we got inquiries from other DA's office, like, how's this going? And so that's the kind of thing, policy-wise, I would love to bring into the sheriff's office. Longmont PD does a great job of connecting people who interact with police officers with resources within their community, housing vouchers and workforce referrals and mental health counseling. And so there is a large playing field on being able to do really proactive things like you have with the CCHAP program. So I think that understanding what your community wants, having the ability to institute a program, and being willing to fail. You're going to have failures along the way if you do things differently. So you have to assess those risks and say, are you willing to do it?
Okay. Regarding your leadership and management style, can you recall a challenging conflict within your team and describe how you resolved it?
Well, I got a call from a defense attorney on a Friday afternoon, and he said, Bruce, I really need to tell you something. And I said, well, I'm really busy. It's Friday afternoon. How about Monday morning? He says, no, you're going to want to know this. And I said, okay. So we planned a time, I think the following Saturday morning or something. And the report was that one of the office attorneys had been consuming illicit substances in a semi-public place with his client, who we were prosecuting. It's a bad situation. This is not what you want to hear. And so what do? Well, you go to the employee and you give that employee an opportunity to explain. So that was probably first thing Monday morning. And once we dealt with that, we had to deal with assisting the employee, notifying the appropriate authorities that this behavior had occurred, and then figuring out what long-term that meant for the staff members' ability to remain employed. So that's a pretty, big one. I have very strict rules about time at the office, meaning we had to be responsive to the court. So most courts began like at 8 or 8:30. So my rule was, and I brought it up with every hire, you had to be at the office at 8 o'clock. Okay. And that was so if you had something, you needed the document, somebody else needed you to handle the case, et cetera, we'd all be there at the same time. Well, millennials have a real problem. getting to the workplace at a stated time. And this became a constant source of conflict for me because I set that standard. I thought it was appropriate. And I had told everybody in the interview, the very first interview, if you cannot do this, this is not a workplace for you. And this created a tremendous amount of conflict and resulted in the separation of some staff members who were resentful because they thought they were doing their job. And while they might have been, how can I make a recurring exception for one if I've required that of the entire staff? That's an issue that reverberates through office morale. So sometimes you have to make those sense, sometimes you have to back up. At this point, I'm at the position of if somebody has had a crisis in their family, you give them as much time as they need. And I would encourage the county to recognize that when people have crises, 2 weeks is oftentimes not enough to heal or even get back to work. And we need to be flexible, and there needs to be permission given to all the department heads in the county to exercise that kind of discretion in a way which again addresses, number one, the person's mental health. That can only go on for so long. Understand positions need to be occupied, but a lot of times these personnel policies do not accommodate for extraordinary circumstances.
Follow up from me. I know there's a balance that's tough to find, and you're a person of high standards. What's your approach to holding people to high standards while maintaining their motivation and morale?
You know, it's a really hard thing because my father went to summer camp as a kid, and he was probably 8 years old, and he sent letters home to his mother, and his mother sent them back to him with spelling and punctuation corrections. You do a couple go rounds with staff, and then you learn to live with it. Maybe their behaviors, maybe their quality, but you cannot expect that people will do the job the way you wouldn't necessarily do it. We're all different. Just like other people interviewing for this job have post-certification. I don't. They might not have as much management experience. I don't. We all have gaps. And so we have to recognize them and be forgiving. And when we're not, hopefully, let's just say the undersheriff comes to me and say, you need to back off. And that's one of my issues. There's all kinds of ways to flip pancakes, and that's another story. And for me to try to teach somebody how to flip pancakes means that I flip something up here. Sometimes it takes somebody else to bring that to my attention, and I would encourage, my coworkers, to call me out. We all have to hold each other accountable, and that's one of my issues, right? Is like, you can only ask so much of people.
Thank you.
Okay, regarding crisis management ethics and problem solving, can you share an instance where you had to make an on-the-spot ethical decision during a crisis?
For me, the crises don't usually happen in the field. They would happen in the courtroom. And I remember we were doing a homicide trial across the street, and I was relying on my staff member to have edited an important video. It was like the defendant's statement, confession, whatever. And usually there's stuff you can't always let it all in. You have to edit it out. And so he's about to press play when I leaned over and said, has the defense attorney seen this? And the answer was no. And that could cause a mistrial. It's a huge issue. Can't let things like that slip. And so for me, that's a crisis in the courtroom. And I stand up and tell the judge, we need a recess, and the judges roll their eyes and maybe, why aren't you prepared, and read you the riot act. I don't remember what the judge's reaction was, but it wasn't. So these are the kind of things that do come up. I'm very good at responding to emergency situations. At a younger age, I was certified as an EMT in California. I didn't use it professionally, but I feel like that is one of my strengths, is responding to emergencies and making good decisions. Sometimes what you think is a good decision in hindsight didn't work out so well, but I do feel that that's one of my strengths, are weighing risks and benefits in real time and coming up with a pretty reasonable answer.
Community collaboration and modernization. Describe a time when your collaboration with a community group or board resulted in significant change or reform.
So Summit County, we got off the ground, Treetop CAC, Child Advocacy Center. And what that organization does, as many do around the state, is when children have been witnesses to trauma, maybe sometimes the victim of trauma, we don't want them to walk into a detective's office, be sat down in a cubicle, and the play is hit and the 6-year-old is supposed to recount what trauma they witnessed or experienced. So we got off the ground, this organization, with great broad-based community support, where children now in Breckenridge, and it was for the use of the entire 5th Judicial District, we didn't have a child advocacy center in the district before Treetop, will now be able, and they have for many years now, this is maybe 6 years ago, able to come to a comfortable place with sofas, and there's video so we can record it and preserve it. And we have trained interviewers who don't just expect a child to come out with a story, but also have to be very careful to preserve the information they get so that they don't, poison the well by planting seeds. That's something I'd like to bring to Clear Creek County. I think that I have some goals for the investigatives division. One is technological. We need to get better at technology in order to respond to the community's complaints about things like having data stolen off their computers so that they get real answers and they get real advice on how to avoid being victimized in that way. That when we're doing criminal investigations, we're not waiting 6 months for important evidence to be analyzed down at CBI or another institution, that we can do that on site. They can do it on site in Silverthorne, and some other, Dillon can do it. We should be able to do that at this point. And then also have and I don't know that it doesn't exist, but I want to make sure that it does, a safe and comfortable area for adults who may have some emotional or other developmental issues, and children to come, and also make sure that we have at least one trained investigator who can interview those children according to current standards, because it does take specialized training. So yeah, we've got some work to do, but I bet Clear Creek County has never taken a child to Treetop, which is fine. Usually they take them down to Arvada, which has a good, but utilizing these resources all over is really important, because you may have a family that can more easily get, for example, to Breckenridge, or there may be a particular ability there that doesn't exist elsewhere. So we have to use all the community resources.
Okay. Budget and resource management. Discuss a time when you had to make significant budgetary decisions that impacted your department's operations.
So in the DA's office, 90% of our budget was salary oriented, and the climate in our mountain communities is very challenging because of the housing situation. I mean, I think I I like to look at the real estate, and what the real estate is in this town, Georgetown right now, is insane. Now, we want staff members to live in our community to the degree possible. The CPI rate from Lakewood, Denver over the last year was 5.8%. Now, the proposed budget for the salary increases look very appropriate for the sheriff's department and other county folks this year. The year before, they were deficient. People were being asked to live on less money than they had the year before, given that level of inflation, something maybe you couldn't have predicted, but which turns out. So how do you pay people adequately? And I think what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be accumulating data, which hopefully some of it already exists from other sheriff's offices, to say, how much are you paying, comparable offices, right? Not Denver, not Douglas County, but, Park and Grand and La Plata. Those are fair, comparisons in terms of agency size, housing difficulties, et cetera. And you have to look at the data so that I can come to the board and say, our proposal for salaries next year is this, and this is the reason why, because we're not going to be able to hire, I'm just throwing out a possibility, competitively with Grand County if they're paying 20% more. So that's how these things need to get set. And those are the metrics we used in presenting, for budgets annually over 8 years to the different counties in order to work collaboratively with the commissions in order to make sure that, we're not cutting our nose off to spite our face. If you underpay people, they're going to figure it out and they're going to go elsewhere. So you have to pay a competitive. It doesn't mean you have to always be lockstep. If people are buying into an organization, they're going to stay for other reasons. It's not always about money. But that is an important metric, and it's the easiest one for people to identify.
So you were able to secure increased salaries. Did that result in lower turnover over time, or?
Hard to say. I mean, the challenges of maintaining an attorney staff are really, really hard. A lot of the older attorney staff stayed. The experienced ones really stayed. It was the entry levels that were younger professionals that felt probably more comfortable in the big city. So they would do their year or two in the police office and they would move on unless, there was an opening. I mean, it was a constant issue. I learned that it wasn't easy to hold a staff. But we did have a core that did stay, and that made my job a lot easier. But did it always feel like we were hiring for some position, administrative or lawyer? It's in an office of 35, about half the size of the sheriff's office. Yeah, we were always hiring for something.
So follow-on question. Whoever gets appointed is walking into a difficult financial situation. And I'm sure you're aware of the Henderson mine and the decrease in revenues, and the entire county has really been in lockstep, finding areas of efficiencies, raising new revenue sources, and then not creating new programs to spend those dollars, but essentially creating more financial sustainability. And a good example of that at the last meeting was transfer station. We raised our fees. EMS, we raised our fees. And was there one other one?
We instituted new fees in public health.
Yeah, exactly. And then we've also been doing the same thing in community development. The sheriff's office, on the other hand, was the one department that came to us this year with a budget that was $1 million larger than last year. And I understand what you're saying about paying people fairly, but in an environment where we can't conjure those dollars, the sheriff's office is on the disadvantage of they don't get to charge for many of the fees for many of the services that they have to statutorily provide. The jail's a little bit of a gray area with the federal program, but anyway, should you be selected stepping into that environment, how are you going to navigate that?
Well, I would say that if you can't fill your complement with post-certified deputies, but you have needs such as policing, short-term rentals, use of firearms in residential areas that endanger the lives of others, or OHVs being driven on trails that they shouldn't be on.
Public roads.
Those three things, for example, do not need a post-certified deputy to respond to. That work could be done by a code enforcement officer. So I think there's a need to revisit. I don't think this is, lightning bolt from the sky, and try to figure out where you can use personnel and pay them less and still keep your core deputies whose primary role is always going to be, the real public safety issues. So that's just an example. There's theoretically, I don't know of any sheriff's office that does it around the state, but we do it on some levels here. So if you get a DUI, you blow into a little tube, and that tube then gets thrown out and it costs $18. And so when you get convicted of the DUI, the judge says, and Mr. Jones, you have to pay costs to the sheriff's office of $18. Well, the code says you can recoup investigative costs. Now, why aren't we figuring a way, at least as a pilot, to see if we can't identify a class of crimes where we're likely to recoup money and have a function where we're processing through the court an additional fee on offenders. People may not like it, but if you're telling me, if you can raise more money, let's give it a try. There will be, like I said, we already do it for the typical one is DUIs on these equipment, but you can do it for all kinds of investigative costs. It would take some work, but I think that's an out of the box idea whose time may be here.
Okay.
Okay, last question from me. Technology and innovation. Tell us about a time when you implemented a new technological solution or innovative practice that significantly improved outcomes.
Oh, we did at the DA's office, everything was like the bookkeeper was keeping written ledgers when I came on. We were using paper files that went into storage, and we had books practically this off the shelf from, that we're looking in love with. Everything we went digital with. And so that made us a much more efficient organization, less, a lot of startup costs and investment, but much less long-term costs associated with, storage of records and that. So that's on the administrative side. With the law enforcement, the crime fighting side, I attended a one-week seminar offered by the Secret Service in Hoover, Alabama, about 6 years ago. And with a room of prosecutors, we were taught the methods by which you can use technology in order to further investigations. And I mentioned this a little bit before with cellular technology. I mean, you can solve so many more crimes if you are aggressively getting search warrants to seize phones, extract from some phones, analyze the data, and AI, which I don't know much about. I mean, this is a tool. What lawyers are now doing, and I have not done this, so I could maybe help get this going, but I would not be the IT guy to make it happen, is like they're taking thousands of pages of documents and then they're scanning them in, and then they're asking questions like, what did witness Jones say about the flat tire? And like the AI searches it. Now that can't be your exclusive way to go about things, but here's another silly idea, right? We want to employ less people at the jail. How do the inmates get their food? Somebody walks down the row and hands them a plate 3 times a day, I think. But there are these restaurants now. There's the Thai restaurant, I'm told, in Evergreen, where the robot delivers your food. Well, I don't know. Would the robot save us the 0.5, so we're down to 72 employees instead of 72. Let's ask the questions. Let's figure it out. Let's use technology in ways that can maybe, in the long run, right? There may be a 10,000, the robot, maybe $30,000. I have no idea. But if it was 0.5 employee, how long is it going to take to recoup that investment? And those are the types of economic questions that we need to ask, particularly around the jail, which is the real money suck. Now, I get it, the sheriff's contract's giving us $1 million a year, but in terms of the money supporting the jail, that may be where the low-hanging fruit is. Another idea is, are we giving inmates maximum amount of earned time credits, good time credits for behavior, for doing programs? So if they're doing a 30-day sentence with those appropriate credits that the statute allows, are they getting their 6 full days if they're good, or are we missing out on an opportunity to shave off? I'm sure we're giving some, but those are like the questions I want to ask, because, fewer people incarcerated. One, it's good for them, we hope, that they're not going to just go out and reoffend. And usually when we're talking days on a sentence, these are not people we're warehousing for the rest of the decade. That can maybe cut the demand on the jail staff that we need to support.
Question.
Not a follow-on to that answer. So if somebody has a follow-on to that answer. Okay. I'm curious, I maybe we're taking turns asking this question. It's something that's very present. Sean said it well earlier. And the reason we're here selecting a new sheriff is largely due to the killing of Christian Glass and the events after the killing of Christian Glass, the events that led to the killing of Christian Glass. What would you do as sheriff to make sure that the conduct of our officers that led to the killing of Christian Glass is never repeated?
Well, first of all, I've reviewed some of the video and I've read the report that was the personnel report prepared by Douglas County Sheriff's Office. So I'm not an expert about the incident, but in particularly the Douglas County Sheriff's report indicated there was a breach of policy. Part of the breach of policy was that the deputies were aggressively dealing with the situation at an early stage when they should have been de-escalating. And now I know that there's a plan, and I commend Under Sheriff for implementing crisis intervention team training. So those are important first steps. And so once you have these episodes, you debrief afterwards, not these incidents, but other instances that have escalated, you review the body cam footage and you try to manage with the staff member whether they met policy or whether they deviated. I mean, there has to be a continue. You can't improve the way you want to from the death of a civilian. That's cataclysmic. That's not, you want to start with the incidents that don't result in anybody getting hurt, but just like they escalated, somebody had to use force, let's say, in order to control another person. That's where you want to break it down so that that person learns and trains, and that's a constant process. And so, I mean, body cams are really good training tools, and bringing in people to, train the staff and working through trauma issues so that people aren't on, for lack of a better word, a hair trigger. Those are the things that people just don't show up at those scenes and things go ahead. There's you got to unwind what was going on before and whether steps were taken that could have, avoided. Again, you hope it's not a tragedy. Just look at the smaller stuff. Usually there's signs, not always, but usually there's signs that
And I'll do the follow-up I did to when Sean asked this question earlier, which has to do with the general mindset and identity of law enforcement. And it's antiquated, as we've heard described from in places like, in talking to the folks who created the KRW report and from others, but it's what's known as the battle or the warrior mentality, how you perceive of yourself, your role, because of the worst that you ever have to face, which you do sometimes have to face, and then how you carry that with you. Is, in your mind, is that a thing? And if it is a thing that needs to be dealt with, and it's, I'm not picking on Clear Creek County here, I'm just talking about a general thing that's been acknowledged in the industry as a different way to perceive oneself entering intervention situations. What are the way, is it real? And if it is, what are the ways in which we can adjust that model so that it doesn't cause people to who don't even intend to do it, to escalate when there isn't cause for it.
So I think diversity is.
Maybe escalate, also, let me just say, maybe escalate the subjects to whom you're contacting because of the way it presents, whether it's just the general physical appearance or behavior, either one.
I think diversity is a very important characteristic, and that this current department, maybe for good reason, but lacks diversity. It doesn't have gender, ethnic, language, diversity. It just doesn't have it. So we need to be recruiting where we can in order to do that. I mean, I went to the Black Prosecutors National Conference in California in order to recruit diverse candidates, which is very hard to do. There's a 30-30 initiative. It sets a goal for law enforcement agencies around the country that by 2030, 30% of sworn officers will be women. And the reason is because women have fewer issues of involving use of force. They empathize better, particularly with victims of sex assault. So you can identify, I mean, they've given us the data. I'm assuming their figures are right, that if you have a more diversified gender in your police force, you're going to have better outcomes. I mean, while it was hard to hire racially diverse candidates in the DA's office, and we had a few, it was very easy with women because there's a lot of women who are going to law school. And so our staff was generally, the attorney staff, majority women. And that helped me. Having Heidi McCollum as my assistant district attorney was invaluable because sometimes I would see things differently than she would from her, whatever, stereotypical gender perspective. And sometimes there were issues on workplace issues that she could handle more effectively than I could based upon a gender view. And so, you know, we have to set the goals and then hopefully we can meet them. And then some of the negative outcomes, I mean, I didn't necessarily directly, Commissioner Wheelock, answer your question, but I think I'm telling you that it isn't the outcome always that you can change from addressing the incident, but way back when, who did we hire? How did we hire? And I think that's critical to retooling the organization, making it as strong as it can possibly be.
Okay, thanks.
I have a follow-on to the follow-on. Personally, I think we all share a goal after that happened. And I did watch the video, and I don't consider myself an expert either, but I'm a human being. And when I watched that video, it elicited a very strong response in me. And my conclusion was I have to dedicate a good portion of my energy, for as long as I'm in office, to doing what I can in this seat to making sure this never happens again. And I really don't know the status of reforms that have happened in that department. I know that the critical incident teams training just happened last week. And that was a training that you as district attorney, we had a joint meeting from the grand jury recommendation in 2020. So long lead up to a short question, which was the beginning of this conversation. You mentioned how important it was to heal the department before you did anything. But on the other hand, I haven't been convinced that there's not a ticking time bomb of something similar happening again before reforms happen. How do you, assuming that you're selected, how are you going to manage that tension?
Yeah, and if you're getting the message, we're not going to change the department before we get, people emotionally at a good reset. That's maybe more extreme than what I was suggesting, but that needs to be certainly one of the first priorities before contemporaneous with some of these outcomes. I can only do so much from this seat without being in an office at the sheriff's office. I don't know the answer, Commissioner Wood, as to what they need right now. I think my responsibility will be, the reviewing body cam, for example, is a way to spot check that random facts that came off the copier that I referred to earlier, that, you need to drill down on the evidence that exists when hopefully a small episode arises, so that you can guide people. And do the correct, then come the corrective action notices and the field officer supervision, that the sergeant accompanies the patrol deputy that is not meeting the standards within the organization. And I think those are your tools, but I can't tell you that your fear about ticking time bomb is accurate or is inaccurate. I mean, I'll tell you that I've had really good interactions over the years with Clear Creek County Sheriff's deputies and staff. And so I generally feel that these are good people that strive to do the best they can and meet those objectives, most of the time. But we all need improvement. And so the tools we're going to use are the supervisors, the evidence like body cams and field officer training. And then I'll give you a candid assessment on that, down the road, and that you shouldn't sit here and have those concerns. You should be able to talk to the sheriff and the undersheriff and say, I have these concerns, and get a good answer as to whether or not those are valid concerns. And if they are, what's being done proactively to address it so that we don't have these horrible incidents. I will note that officer-involved shootings are increasing in rural and suburban areas. They're declining in urban areas. One of the reasons I think for that is that people are more reliant on cars when they're in rural and suburban areas. And cars make the situation more dangerous because the deputy can't see within the car. The car can be used as a weapon. The deputy is trying to restrain somebody who otherwise might escape. So these are the questions systemically, bigger picture than this department, that I want to understand better so that I can take proactive steps if there are some that are identified. We just had an officer-involved shooting in Summit County last week.
Yep.
And I have no idea anything, other than some, but when I was DA, I think we had about 6 over an 8-year period, which seems like a lot to me. It seems like a lot. And so we do need to really drill down on, because I think that some of the training is flawed at the academy. I think that's part of this, that we have to train differently, and maybe they are. But I think that, again, it's going back to what are the principles of use of force that are being taught at the academy, maybe are being employed on the street, that need to change. And one big example is most departments, and I would ascribe to this as a general, are saying, do not shoot at a moving vehicle. I mean, that's becoming the trend. Well, what's our policy? Now, we had one in Summit County where that vehicle was coming right at the officer, and she discharged her weapon and she injured, wounded the driver. I didn't find her actions to be criminal. So I'm not sure that we can say always or never, but as a general rule, you don't shoot at a moving vehicle. Is that part of Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office policy? I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
That's all I got.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
If you would have told me pre-COVID that a public information officer or a payroll coordinator or accounts payable clerk could work from home successfully, I would have told you were crazy. And I'm a little embarrassed to even admit that now, right? But the world is a different place post-COVID. Organizations are a different place post-COVID. And I think we need those young up and comers in the organization, right? And how, what I've learned is how I manage a Gen Xer, or excuse me, a Gen Y or Z or whatever they are now, versus a baby boomer or a Gen Xer like I am. It can't be the same, right? Because they have a different mindset. They grew up differently than we did. And I want to go back to the question you commented on in the conflict where there was that rigid 8 a.m. start. And I recognize that's a different setting in a DA's office than it is in a sheriff's office. But there's I guess what I'm asking is that rigid oversight probably isn't going to work for all generations that are in the workplace today, right? And you have the ability to see that and to modify how you supervise based on the needs of individuals.
And I think, yeah. Were I DA today, I'd still say everybody's there at 8 o'clock. I think that was an important principle for many reasons. But I do think working remotely and having flexible hours, I mean, county's gone to 410s. I'm all for it. We did the 980 program at the DA's office and then offered other work remote alternatives for staff members. So I do think in order to have a happy staff or retain staff, and I mean, some companies are saying you take as much vacation as you want these days. What a bizarre theory, but they find that people, for the most part, monitor themselves pretty well and get the job done. Who would have thunk? So yeah, I think if we're not thinking creatively about how to make our workforce happy, while, certainly expecting from them that they produce, I think we can meet both of those in most settings. And I don't think, right now I work from home kind of full time when I'm not in court. That's where I'm running my law office out of. Sometimes I'm more productive that way, but sometimes the pretzels are calling and it's another trip to the kitchen. So
I think it depends a lot on the kind of job you're on. If the bus drivers don't show up on time, then everybody else is going to be late anyway. So there are a lot of jobs like that sorry, if you're not here on time, you don't have a job. It's the nature of the beast that some jobs, and they're not always. A lot of them are still white collar and management jobs that, this place has got, the business is supposed to be open and operating by a certain time. And so when one falls down, the dominoes all start falling, so.
we had one staff member that worked out of state, worked great. She was great at policing herself, her time. She juggled a lot of stuff. She had a lot of family time. She had young kids. She wanted to leave Colorado after she had been, worked out great. So, you have to be willing, particularly in these times with housing costs where they are, to be, okay, let's have that conversation. Could we make this work?
So what kind of questions do you have for us?
I feel like, the substantive questions, I don't have really many. I think I've asked for the most part. There's a lot that I don't know, but for me to know at this point is not critical. What I would, ask is that within your power that I think for the sheriff's office that the decision be made as promptly as possible, personally, obviously too, but I think for them too, that the quicker this decision at this point, if it can be made, should be made.
Right. And just so you know, our intention is to make a decision today if possible. If we are unable to come to conclusion today, then then we already have scheduled a notice to meeting for 8:30 a.m. tomorrow to continue the discussion and try to get it done. There is some possibility that some research or question needs to be answered based on what we've heard in the interviews today and things we talk about in that discussion, which could possibly extend it even further than tomorrow, although that's certainly not a wish. And in any case, it would be an ASAP decision. That's, I think my colleagues share that.
Great. Well, thank you. And, hopefully I answered the questions that you had about me. I could ask that question. Well, what question didn't I answer? But I had a chance. So, yeah, look, I love this county. I want you guys to make the best decision for our community. And I appreciate, the opportunity to speak with you. It's certainly not a place interviewing for a sheriff position that I thought I would ever be, nor would I accept an appointment if I didn't think I could do the job.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thanks, Bruce.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So we are at 12:31, which is 1 minute later than our last interview with Seth Marquardt supposed to begin. Does anybody need a 3-minute?
I'm good there for the
Yep.
food break.
What's that?
The lunch has been sitting there for.
Yeah, we've got an interview scheduled right now. That's the only other problem. Our break was to be after that interview.
I think we should proceed with the interview. I saw the interviewee waiting.
He's looked in 2 or 3 times already. Do we need a 3-minute restroom break?
yes,
That's all I'm asking right now. And if I'm during the restroom break, if you grab something in your hand to eat on the way, I won't be offended. I can sit here and eat. Nobody look at my mouth.
Okay. We're on.
Okay, we're back in session for our next interview. Our next interviewee is Seth Marquardt, who's one of our sheriff's office employees. And maybe you'd like to introduce yourself. I think everyone else knows who we are. So rather than go around the circle, you know, and the people online too that are watching potentially.
Sure.
So why don't you just go ahead and introduce yourself, and Carol Ann's going to be asking these initial questions, and we'll have a few follow-ups along the way. So.
Okay. So yeah, my name is Seth Marquardt. I was born and raised in Clear Creek County. My parents moved here in 1979. My dad moved here to work in the mine. He was at the mine for almost 40 years. And about 6 years ago-ish, moved back to Iowa. My mother is still living in the county. Been a banker in the county for a long time. So yeah, I was raised in Lawson. She still lives in that home. Went to Georgetown Elementary School, then what is now being remodeled, but the old middle school. And then I was the first group of freshmen through senior to go through the new high school on Fort Hill. So got to see a little bit of everything with all those, the new high school and stuff. It was a unique experience. Since then, I worked couple different jobs. Once I graduated high school, drove snowcats at Loveland for a little while, which is still one of my favorite jobs looking back. Then got into the mine. Thought maybe my dad had the right idea. Turns out he didn't have the right idea. I lasted maybe a year working up at Henderson Mine, and it just wasn't for me. Then it's kind of a funny story how I got into this line of work. Just looking right throughout the county for some sort of career path, not having much of an idea. Thought I was applying for a control tech position, which is a position that kind of opens doors, answers phones, looks at cameras inside the jail. I checked the wrong box on the application, but they called me anyway, and I apparently checked the detentions deputy box. So I didn't have a clue what I signed up for at the time. But the sergeant at the time called me anyway, said, look, you're not old enough yet. I was 20 at the time, to do the position that you applied for, but we'd like to run you through the process. And then depending on how you do, maybe you can get started as soon as you turn 21. Turned 21 November 2nd, and started in the jail November 5th of 2007. So that seems like an eternity ago. It'll be 17 years, obviously, this November 5th that I've been up here. And really until the last year and a half with all the crazy stuff going on in the sheriff's office, I've loved coming to Clear Creek. I still love coming up here, but there's days you're like, man, I don't know if I can handle that today, right? So I have this vision of the agency that doesn't necessarily exist anymore. But having that vision, I have a lot of ideas to hopefully implement, and not necessarily get back to what it used to be, but at least back to an environment that people love coming to work up here. Because the majority of our staff come from the city, probably 90% of our staff come from the city, right? And they pass agency after agency that pay more, better retirement. But I can tell you firsthand, money in retirement with a good culture isn't everything. Like, people will work for less money if they appreciate their leadership and enjoy what they do. And I think the culture that I can create, I think drives us down that path. Is it a overnight solution? Not even a little bit, right? It's going to take probably 2, 3, 4 years, right, to get back to what we once were. I think we need to get to a baseline operating level with some clear goals and some clear visions for our very young staff. We have a very young staff in the jail and on patrol, right? So to be able to set a clear direction for these guys, this decision is obviously going to set that initial pillar that needs to be set, because we've all been in limbo for a long time, but this pillar needs to be set so we can hopefully branch out in the right direction. So, sorry, I kind of got on a soapbox there, but 2013, I went to the police academy, came back. Sorry about that. As soon as I came back, I was getting ready to go up to patrol. At the time, the jail captain offered me a promotion to a sergeant in the detention facility or go to patrol. While going through the academy, and all these things, like usually people get into this, field of work, right, to eventually get on patrol. I made the decision to stay in the jail based on my passion is training, and seeing new people with no experience come in the door and help them build their career to whatever their goals are. If their goals aren't with Clear Creek, that's fine. We still want to give them the tools necessary to hopefully be successful along the way. And being in the jail was like, we have new people with zero experience coming in the door all the time. And I've had the opportunity and succeeded in a lot of times getting people to patrol now. I trained our current detentions captain, which is kind of cool. So I've had a significant impact along the way. Even though I oversee mainly the jail, I am heavily involved in every division at this point. In 2015, I think it was, I joined our SWAT team. And while I know that can be an intimidating word at times, that is a unique, challenging experience in itself. You're dealing with some of the more difficult calls that we have to deal with. I promoted to a team lead within the SWAT division, so I help oversee all of the SWAT operators that we have, and we're a combined SWAT team of Clear Creek, Gilpin, and obviously us. So being able to oversee people from each agency and work well with each of them, leaders in each of those divisions is huge for me. So, and then got promoted to lieutenant last year. And here I am. So,
Okay.
Yep. Sorry, that was long-winded, but.
No,
it's been a
that's
long-
not at all.
good. You kind of
You're
already
the-
started
you're
answering the
the,
first question.
agency.
So we'll skip our introductions because you already know all of us. But I'd like for you to draw a parallel for us of everything that you just explained about your background. How has that prepared you for this role right now?
Sure. So obviously being a sergeant, right? Just a frontline supervisor. The first couple of years, you're like, holy cow, I don't really have a clue what I'm doing. I'm just going to kind of wing it. And there's not really a set program to guide you and give you those answers. A lot of it falls back to being able to talk to people and understand your staff and building that trust so they can come to you when they're having issues. It's not just, well, I'm your boss and do what I say, right? I'm the kind of person of, I want to not be your friend, but have that relationship of where if you're having personal issues, you can come talk to me about it, right? And I've built that in almost every division. At least that's my, that's what I think, right? A lot of people come to me from every division, and not just with work issues. They come to me with questions and work issues also. But if they have something personal they need to talk about, they're comfortable coming to me and talking to me. And I think that goes a long ways, right? That to be able to go to your boss or your supervisor and be able to get that off your chest and be able to go back to work. Like you could go to work and just keep that all in, and it's going to impact you. If you end up on a terrible call at that point, you can make a terrible decision. And if you can just come to work, be comfortable talking to your supervisors and your leaders, it just creates a positive environment for everybody. So.
So you said there isn't really a step program, meaning functionally that helps advance you as once you get into it, help you grow in that role.
No, there's really not. We've had a lot of recent promotions to sergeant and both patrol and detentions. And that's usually because the previous sergeant has left, right? And there's not like some other sergeants, because we're so small, where you can't attach yourself to another sergeant who's been in that role and like necessarily kind of grade you or put you through almost a sergeant style FTO, right? So a lot of it is like when you're promoted, most of the time you've been in that unofficial supervisor role in some capacity, and you're a leader, an unofficial leader without these chevrons on your sleeve. So you've kind of taken on that role, you know what to expect. But at least in the jail, it's completely different than patrol. In the jail, a sergeant position is very administrative. It's easy to, when you test for a sergeant, so to speak, right? To say, yeah, I'm going to be out on the floor. I'm going to be there for my guys day in and day out. while that's a good mindset, right, and that would be ideal, there's a ton of administrative work that goes on in the jail that gets pushed down from the captain or a lieutenant. And they're dealing with not only the direct supervision, but also administrative duties. So there's not really, it's kind of a learn on the fly, learn on the job kind of thing for sergeants most of the time. Yeah.
Self-taught,
Say that,
self-taught.
self-taught.
Can I follow up on that? So I was gonna follow up on that later, but you did already. So you were promoted to sergeant and you used the words you had to wing it because we weren't, which tells me and I say we, because we're one organization, right? We weren't giving you any supervision or any training to help you understand what it means to be a supervisor, right? Has that changed in the time since you become sergeant, you were promoted to sergeant?
Sure, I would say when I was promoted, it was a little bit different. I actually had, at the time, there was 3 sergeants in the jail. So 2 of them had been operating as sergeants for quite some time. So I had them to always bounce questions off and learn. But in the recent past, that hasn't really been the case. As a lieutenant, I'm doing, obviously working side by side with Captain Lucas and doing just strictly administrative stuff. So we're not necessarily there, which I agree, maybe we should be at times, but when we promote younger sergeants, it's not like a looking over their shoulder, making sure they're doing things right. It's a lot of delegating tasks to them. And then if they have questions, doing that sort of stuff, bouncing questions off us and just kind of, learn on the fly. But it's not like a coming in as a new person on patrol and being graded step by step. And there's this evaluation of your performance.
How would that be different if you were sheriff?
Well, it kind of falls back on retention, right? We have some young supervisors, but I would do everything I can to retain the current sergeants we have. I guess if there's times, which there will be times when we bring in a new sergeant, hopefully it's not, well, this sergeant has 6 months on as a sergeant. So, because we have 2 very new sergeants in both patrol and detentions, but hopefully there would be kind of that one pillar, that other sergeant for this second sergeant to be able to learn from, right? I don't think a grading scale would be appropriate. Just because we know, like you being promoted, because we know that you know how to do the job. We see all sorts of signs along the way, obviously, that gave us the opinion that you can handle this. So a lot of it is just the administrative side that they have to learn. They come in, they know all of the jail operations or patrol operations. That's why they were promoted. So, and it's also seen of like, can you talk to people? Are you personable? Do you talk down to people, right? We have all sorts of people internal in the agency that train. Or our FTOs. And that's a really good clue on, are they going to be a good supervisor? Because as a trainer, if you're talking down to people or belittling people, you're not going to be a good supervisor, right? People are going to shut down in that environment and they're not going to feel comfortable coming to you. And then on a call, they're going to hesitate and that snowballs out of control in so many different ways. So just doing our best to recognize like who brings those qualities to the table and can help push our vision and mission along the way. Because I don't think there's a good way to set in stone of like how to train a sergeant. Hopefully they have the tools necessary, but we above them, whether a captain or lieutenant, are available for them and have that relationship built where they're comfortable coming to us for those questions.
Thank you. I think I've heard enough. I get enough out of that to understand that you have sergeants training sergeants, and with an overturning sergeants, the sergeants that are training, giving the training of
Young staff training
have now
young
have
staff.
6 months in.
Yeah, correct.
Got it.
Yeah.
So, and that's the environment, that's the leadership environment and the structured leadership environment within which you evolve, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so you talked about vision, your vision for the sheriff's office. Can you tell us about a time you had to align a team's mission with a broader organizational community vision?
That's a good question. Can you say it one more time?
So can you tell us about a time that you had to align a team's mission with a broader organizational or community vision?
In my current role, man, I can't think of a specific one. There's been times I've taken part in the C3 Festival and other community events. So while we haven't done a ton of community events, I'll kind of get into some ideas I have to kind of be more in touch with the community and keep them a little bit closer knit, but I'll get into that now. But I'll get into the C3 Fest and you can tell me if I'm off track on this. But with the C3 Fest, it's something that we implemented pre-COVID. And it kind of started to take off. Our attendance went up with it a little bit more, and then COVID hit and it kind of all got shut down. We just re-implemented it this year. And while it wasn't a huge turnout, it was decent for a first year, and we did a poor job, I think, not just through the sheriff's office, but just as an entirety with it's fire, EMS, all these different organizations that take part. We didn't do a good job of pushing it out to the community and advertising that. So, well, it was a lot of just word of mouth and family and friends that showed up to that. But the intent behind that is obviously to bring kids, bring families, adults, whoever wants to come to that. And it's a comfortable environment to ask questions, right? The kids can come and have fun, but adults can come and ask questions that maybe they're not clear on, right? And the vision would, I know previously the vision would be to be a part of the community, right? That's always in community policing, but we didn't have a good way of doing that. So taking those small opportunities like the C3 Fest and as kind of a community outreach is huge. Because a lot of times we're being called, obviously, as you guys know, to situations where it's whoever we're responding to, it's their worst day, right? In their head, it's their worst day. They're not going to be comfortable asking you questions about operations, anything like that. They just want you to solve the issue that they called you for. So we got to come up with ways to reach the community in a comfortable fashion, to where they're comfortable coming to somebody in uniform and we're not just there for whatever they called us there to do. So I have some good ideas to be able to do that. I don't know if you want to get into those right now. Or not.
Maybe a couple of bullet points would be good.
Okay, so the schools. I want to be much more involved in the schools, elementary school, middle school, high school. And by doing that, we implement small things that are affordable, like a safe reading program. We can get into elementary schools, right? It'll take a half hour out of any of the officers' days or deputies' days to go into a classroom and read a book to an elementary class. Be involved in the high school, eating lunch with them or taking part in their practices, whatever the case is, but just being visible. While it'll probably be a little bit awkward initially because they're not comfortable with that and it's kind of foreign to them, eventually my goal would be to, like, especially with elementary kids going into middle school and high school, teenage years are difficult. We recognize that. All these kids are from our community. We're in their house at any given time dealing with something that's bad, right? So to build those relationships from elementary school to high school, and now we're in their house because mom and dad are having an issue or whatever the case is, they are comfortable with us there, or this younger adult is comfortable talking to us. And we already have that rapport built. And starting when they're young and all the way through high school, I think we couldn't benefit more from that in that fashion.
Okay.
So that's one bullet point, is being in the schools, creating some sort of a citizens academy. I think educating the public on what we do on a daily basis is the best way to be transparent. I get there's laws and legislation to help with that, right? With the body cams and all sorts of those different things, but to be able to educate them and be out there and answer those questions one-on-one, that in itself creates transparency. We're not in the dark on what the sheriff's office is doing or what they're not doing, so to speak. They're comfortable knowing exactly what we're doing on a day-to-day basis, not just at certain events or whatever the case is. And same with the young teenagers. How many teenagers like the cops, right? So I think it's huge to get into schools and build those relationships. Teaches us how to talk with people, and it gives them a way to reach out. If they have an issue, they're not comfortable going to parents, whatever the case is, maybe they're comfortable coming to one of us, and we give them that resource. There's not a ton of resources up here as it is.
Okay, so those were two bullet points. One, the schools and the kids, and the second one was more the broader public.
Yeah,
The same idea, but with the broader public Citizens Academy type thing, but which would also involve teenagers as well.
Correct. Yeah. A couple other things, but we won't get into that.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm getting long-winded.
No, you're not. You don't have to say that again. You're,
Okay, good.
You're the last one, so if we have to stretch it out a little bit, you know.
yeah, you're not holding anybody
Good work out.
except us up, so don't worry.
I'll mention one more bullet point if you don't mind.
Okay,
We've come up with an idea of running like a concealed handgun carry class in the community. That in itself builds relationships with the community. I've experienced it firsthand. Not only that, you're educating the public, creating, like bringing down those boundaries, and you can bring in potentially a little bit of money doing it. There's a ton of concealed handgun classes in the city that cost a small arm and a leg, and you don't get out on a range. You don't really do anything active. And in my opinion, like you get a cert, but there's no, I still would, most people don't leave comfortable handling their firearm that they go to. So that would be huge, right? We all like, at least in the sheriff's office, we like the firearms portion. So to be able to get the community in, teach them like good tactics, you know what they're dealing with, things like that, and then potentially bring a little bit of money in for cheaper than maybe they're paying in the city, a lot less drive. And then we can also get them out on a range and know what kind of training that they're dealing with and get. So I won't get too much into the weeds on that, but
okay.
that's a simple, all three of those are very simple.
Yep.
Not a lot of money involved, not a lot of time involved. It's just talking to people.
Yeah, I love the interaction with the public.
Yeah,
Any other questions before we move on here? Follow up.
good.
Okay, regarding your leadership and management style, can you recall a challenging conflict within your team and describe how you resolved it?
Sure. There's a lot of different challenges that are presented along the way, obviously. The best thing you can do, right, and I've hit on it a couple of times, is before these issues arise, because they're always going to arise and they always will, right? Is to having that rapport already built, that trust already there. And that just comes with being open with staff, right? Being true and honest, and even if it's bad information that they're not really wanting to hear, you still got to be honest about that. So having that rapport already built, right? I won't obviously name names, but recently we've had somebody make some pretty serious allegations against another staff member. And I don't want to get too deep into this. I'm trying to think of the best way to explain this. What it comes down to is hearing both sides of the story, right? Making sure there's no like egregious policy violations that need to be held right now, and some sort of disciplinary action. Because obviously that'll step it up. Can this wait, or does this need to be dealt with right now? So figuring that out, which we did, kind of got it to a level of like these two individuals at some point, if they're going to stay within the agency, are going to have to work together again. It's just the reality of it. So we got it to a point of we sat at a table, supervisors present, kind of laid out guidelines, right, and expectations of what this would look like, and just kind of let them hash it out for a little bit. Directing the conversation a little bit, but letting them just kind of handle it. It started rough. They didn't want to hear each other out, anything like that. As the supervisor there, I let them talk probably 45 minutes, right, until they were probably sick of talking and not agreeing. And then I'm good at getting on a soapbox, unfortunately, at the time. So I got on my soapbox, let them know, like, why did you get into this line of work, right? We always hear time and time again when people are getting into this line of work of, well, I want to be part of like a brotherhood and like a close-knit community. A lot of them are coming from the military or private law enforcement, of like, you just have this sense of camaraderie. And I pointed out, like, there's none of that right now, right? If this is why you got into that line of work, you can't sit here and tell me that there's any kind of camaraderie. It creates a negative culture, and it has an impact on the entire division, right? Because we're small enough to everybody knows everybody's business at one point or another. And then when they hear that, it creates a distrust in deputies. And eventually these deputies are going to be potentially in a life-threatening situation and need to know their partner has their back and will help them out when and if needed. So bringing that to their attention, man, I don't know what clicked, but the level it dropped significantly almost immediately. Just letting them know that and like opening up their eyes, like this is not a you problem, right? This is a team, right? They keep talking about a team, but there's no team. It's all about me and all my issues or him and his issues rather than hearing each other out and how do we come to a common ground to move forward. So let them do that, intervening. And they at the end of the meeting, man, I walked out feeling good. I've had a lot of those meetings where they don't necessarily pan out the way you envision. But both of those individuals shook hands. Like, look, we have to work together. If we want to stay not only with this agency, but any agency you go to, you got to be able to trust one another. So that they agreed to do that and said they could go and work that next shift together if need be and have each other's back. So I looked at that as a win.
Okay, crisis management, ethics, and problem solving. Can you share an instance where you had to make an on-the-spot ethical decision during a crisis?
Let's see. Through some calls in my head, so 1 second. We had a suicidal party on a bridge at one point in time. Hold on, will you ask me that question one more time?
Can you share an instance where you had to make an on-the-spot ethical decision during a crisis?
Okay. Yeah, so we had a suicidal female sitting on the edge of the bridge with a firearm at her side. Obviously, we all get there and she's having a bad day, right? And while that could go 100 different ways, right? We just set up in a manner, we started just talking to her one-on-one, trying to really get to the bottom of what was going on with her that day. A lot of the times, right, you can't go into like with speculation of, oh, this person is just doing this for just acting this out. She's not going to follow through with this, right? Or maybe she is. You can't go in with preconceived notion that like that's going to go one way or the other way. You got to go in very open-minded. So with a gun buyer's side, that's a ton of red flags for us. That elevates all of our heart rates almost immediately. But we took the time, found out kind of what was going on with that day. And while we could have like, right, I've seen it time and time again where, oh, there's a gun involved, so we're all going to draw our guns and like make this into a situation that it doesn't necessarily need to go. We talked to her. While we had one negotiator talking to her, we formulated a plan between me and 2 others where this is not ideal. But we came off of the other side and we hugged her, we snatched her up and we took her off of the wedge. A lot of times people don't train, right? Because that could go bad. We could all go over the side of the bridge with her. She could reach for that gun and it could go south, but we felt like talking to her for a while, she didn't want to do that. So while she was in that moment of vulnerability, we took advantage of that. We could have taken that, like I said, a bunch of different directions with a gun involved and amped that up unnecessarily. But the group that we had on scene that day, I think handled it perfectly. It panned out for us, right? And she ended up thanking us right after that and going to the hospital and getting help. So
When did that happen?
I want to say that probably happened 6 years ago or so. It was on the Easter Seals Bridge. She had a wheelchair, so it was clear that she was disabled at the time, and yeah, like she was having a bad day and ended up thanking us over that day. Although it could have gone bad for us, right? And they don't train to like rescue a person off the bridge. Like we're doing this. we had to do it. So she didn't change her mind at that point in time of talking to her and her putting herself out there. Like you could tell she like started crying. She didn't want to do it. So, and we recognize that. And her being in a wheelchair, maybe she couldn't just get off the bridge by herself. Take that into consideration. All sorts of things come into consideration on a call like that, but yeah. Hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, community collaboration and modernization. Describe a time when your collaboration with a community group or board resulted in significant change or reform.
Well, in the past, we haven't had the ability to come before the board and discuss much with you all. Recently that has changed and I very much appreciate that opportunity. It seems very impactful, right?
Our door was always open, by the way.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, and it will continue to be that way, whether I'm the sheriff or not, hopefully. So ask me the question one more time.
Sure. Describe a time when your collaboration with a community group or board resulted in significant change or reform.
Okay. I guess I could just we'll talk on our most recent meeting because I haven't had the opportunity in the roles that I've been in to have an impact on reform. But this is still in the works, but recently I've had the opportunity to sit in front of the commissioners and discuss current issues with the jail and the condition that it's in, and so on and so forth. I won't get too far into the weeds on that, but just watching previous meetings with the commissioners and sheriff's office command staff, it was frustrating to watch those meetings and have some very valid points and not be able to put those out on the table for any kind of consideration. Being put in the dark, for lack of a better term, on those is a huge disservice, not to just me and the role I'm in, but all of our staff altogether, right? Their voices should be heard. They should have a right to speak up the chain of command or come to you all if they have an idea or an issue. So with that, I had the opportunity to meet with the commissioners, get into some jail issues, started talking about outdoor recreation, some plumbing issues, things like that. For as long as I've been here, we've talked about different ideas for outdoor rec, this and that, and it always seemed to like kind of just fall at a dead end. So this last meeting that I sat with you all and pitched some ideas, and to hear you guys say like, yeah, we're willing to like look into that and hear you out, and here's the steps you need to take to be able to do that is, I mean, that's progress in itself that we haven't had in a long time. So I would hope to continue down that path. And while that's not implemented yet, and that hasn't happened yet, I'm telling you, that's still like a small step in the right direction. Well, actually, it's a really big step in the right direction for us at the sheriff's office. So we appreciate being heard from you all, right? And hopefully we can continue down that path.
Thank you. Okay, budget and resource management. Discuss a time when you had to make a significant budgetary decision that impacted your department's operations.
Yeah, so maybe a year, maybe it's been less than a year, sorry, but the years run together right now. A year ago or so, we obviously are dealing with some budget cuts internally through the whole organization. The decision was made to, we had 2 kitchen managers at the time. And there was decision or conversation after conversation of where to cut. And we ended up cutting a second kitchen manager. I had conversation after conversation with our still current kitchen manager. Thank God she's still here. But I promised her I would do everything I could to retain that second position. While we recognized like it had been open for a while and people had kind of come and gone in that second position, it was hard to fill. That was almost a security blanket for her, right? Just knowing there's some hope there, right? Knowing that I'm not it. So I was like, I told her I'll do everything I can to fight for that position. At the end of the day, it ended up being cut. She had a hard time with that. but her being who she is and the quality of work she does and loving her job most days, maybe not every day. She just dug in and kept doing what she does every single day. So that was tough. Anytime you got to cut a position while there wasn't a body in there, and right, we didn't have to get rid of somebody that was already there. Those aren't easy conversations to have, right? And it impacted her significantly. And I'm sure she considered staying or not staying. I don't know. But thankfully she's still here and still hitting the ground running, doing work for us every single day. So that was a challenge.
How have you compensated for that on the floor, on the job? Have you provided more inmate assistance for her? Or what do you-
No, so, I mean, honestly, she's just absorbed it. There's not a lot, like, we have our inmate population, only certain individuals qualify for an inmate worker program, right? And, there's only so many people that can cook, like cook or do dishes and stuff. So while we continue to have inmate workers, right? And they do help her a lot in certain areas of cleaning meal trays and helping put food on the trays to serve deposits and so on and so forth. She does basically 95% of the cooking. We at times have inmate workers that have some sort of previous experience as a chef or as a cook somewhere. And she recognizes that and puts them in a place to benefit her as she seems appropriate. We don't really micromanage that. She runs her own kitchen, and if we stepped into the kitchen on her toes, she wouldn't appreciate that even. So while she's absorbed that, if she needed help, she wouldn't be shy on saying, I need help.
Give me some help, but stay out of my kitchen.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. And we would say, yes, we'll do that. So, yeah.
So what was your role in, I don't know, securing her commitment, keeping her on the job and dedicated to the job after having received bad news?
Yeah. Like I said before, I had built that rapport with her months prior. Like I've supervised her, I think the entire time that she's been here. And that falls back to building a rapport with your people. So when these difficult conversations have to happen, they recognize that she recognized that we support her 100%, right? And there just wasn't, a lot of it was out of our control. She voiced that, like, look, I recognize and I really appreciate all the effort that you put into that. Because I did, right? And it was tough for her. So just being human with whether it's inmates or staff or whoever it is, like that goes so far. And I had done that on several different occasions with her. So she was comfortable coming to me afterwards and expressing her displeasure with that decision, right? But recognizing, like, I guess it is what it is, and I'm going to continue to do what I do. So she brings a lot to the table, and us supporting her along the way and having those conversations, I think, is what got her to that point.
Thank you. Yeah, that's all for me.
Okay, my last structured interview question. Technology and innovation. Tell us a time when you implemented a new technological solution or innovative practice that significantly improved outcomes.
Yeah, so the jail is 100% paperless. We've done that. Captain Lucas and myself have done that over the past probably 2, maybe 3 years. And by doing that, it not only gets us up to speed with how a lot of other areas are operating, it saved us a lot of money. We saved money by being able to going digital, right? We have, the jail has all sorts of different paper documents. The main thing is like inmate jackets, and what those are is any person that comes through the door of the jail, we create a file. Depending on how long they're there, it's either 6 inches thick or it's very small, right? And we were paying a company thousands and thousands of dollars to digitize those for us every single year. I think it was, don't quote me on this, but I think it was around $20,000 a year we were spending to have another company digitize these records. So we've implemented through iPads and working with IT to make sure everything is secure and the information that is on those is secure. to go fully paperless, and all of our inmate jackets and records are on those, and then we can just send them when they leave the facility. Those records, there's not a paper record that sits on a shelf for years and years and years like that back in our Connex. Those records are already digitized. There's a little bit of cost up front to be able to do that, but at the end of the day, it saves a lot of time, effort, and money.
I don't have a follow-up on that. I know there's a couple of questions that are on my mind. Probably, I know there's one that's on all of our minds. Who wants to ask it this time?
You can go. All right. Or Sean, either one.
I'll ask it. I mean, one of the big reasons we're here is what happened with Christian Glass.
Sure.
And I'm not an expert on any of that. And what I said before is I did watch the video, the body cam video, and that had a dramatic impact on how I felt as a human being and as a parent. And my reaction was, I got to do whatever I can in the time I have left in office from this seat to make sure that something like that can't happen again. Whoever the next sheriff is, I think it's going to have a big responsibility in making sure that whatever reforms need to happen, whatever the good progress we've started will continue. And so in your case, a little bit, you talked about kind of bringing things back to the way they were. And I think I understand what you're not talking about, the conditions that would lead to something like that happening. You're talking about good morale, teamwork, the tribe, that kind of stuff.
Correct.
I get that.
Yep.
But we can't go back to where we were in terms of stuff like that.
Absolutely.
That's something that could possibly happen. So let us know maybe what your thoughts are about moving forward.
Sure.
Whoever the next sheriff is, what would be your approach to that?
Yeah. So like I mentioned on that suicidal party, right? Any call can go in 100 different directions and can be handled in a lot of different ways. We obviously can't get into any details on that call, but there's
Right,
things,
there's an ongoing investigation.
It's an ongoing investigation. We can't get into any details on that, but there's obviously things to learn from it. We've taken some significant steps in recognizing that some mistakes were probably made. But that's on any call, and you try to take steps to negate those mistakes as much as you can. Right? We've implemented some CIT training, and we'll continue to do that. Another huge factor is experience. We have extremely young deputies on the road. At the time, we had extremely young deputies on the road. And so we need to recognize CIT isn't the only answer. I went through CIT last week. I would encourage anybody, because anybody can go through that class, attend that class. While I've been doing this job a long time, right? And a lot of the scenarios that you deal with are scenarios that jail deputies deal with every single day. Right? Patrol is different. You deal with it potentially here and potentially there, but we have individuals in the jail that you have to learn to talk to and have to be able to talk to at a point where it doesn't escalate into a use of force. So CIT is huge. It gives you some great tools to utilize on calls like that, but they also harp in that class officer safety along the way, right? So learn to talk to people while also recognizing officer safety. Because there's a way to do it, right? There's a way for you and I to communicate without me just letting my guard down. There's a way to talk to people and not just hide behind the badge or behind the uniform and talk like a cop. Because there's a lot of law enforcement out there that all they know how to do is talk like a cop to people, and that doesn't go anywhere. So to be able to recognize the state that certain individuals are in. Are they in a crisis? Is it drug related? Because a lot of those, like depending on how people are acting, they mirror each other in a lot of different forms and fashions, whether it's mental illness or drug related or some sort of alcohol, whatever it is. A lot of those people act very similarly. So it's hard when you're amped up and things like that to figure out what's going on here, right? But we can take out of that, like, slow down, right? Recognize officer safety, slow down. What are my resources? Right? And how can I just talk to this individual? Right? Because just talking to him, if it works, amazing, great. But if it doesn't, you've at least exhausted that effort to move forward. So there's, I don't know, without getting into that too much, like there's obviously things to learn from that. And we have, right? It's taken a toll, a significant toll on everybody in the agency. Whether you agree with it or not, or what happened, there was some good, there was some bad, like it had an impact on all civilian staff getting death threats daily, right? For a good solid year, right? And those people are still working for us for some reason. But they're dealing with things that they weren't even a part of. So I would ask that it's a two-way street. And I think creating that transparency and educating the community on what we do can recognize that they're not just getting portions of the information through a news outlet or whatever, right? If you have that relationship note, they could come to any of us in the agency, whoever they're comfortable with coming to. And we can talk them through with what we're allowed to talk them through on, right? Of like, here's our side of it. Here's what we need, what we did wrong and what we could do better and learn from on it. So
I think I'd like to follow up with the same follow-up I did each time we've asked this question. Did you have something
No,
else
go
to say
ahead.
there? And it was that, what changes might you make to help solve that problem? And I was really interested in some terminology you just used because I brought this up before, to mold the mission of law enforcement in a way that people in other words, when you put on the badge, when you put on a gun, how you identify, what you identify as, and not only that, what you carry visually into this encounter with the public. You just said, trying to learn how to not almost hide behind the badge and the uniform and talk like a cop, or stand behind it and talk like a cop with that shield up. It's got an automatic, it elicits an automatic reaction. And, but not only that, it has to have a psychological impact on how the person that's wearing that identifies. So it comes from everything from the uniform and the gear and how you present to be able to attend certain things, to then how people react when they get there. And I'm sure there's all kinds of, we can't talk about that other event, Christian Glasscan event in detail, but as Sean has said, once you see that, you can't help but be changed by it and go, some stuff went drastically wrong in this case, in at least his personal opinion and in mine and many other people. So and you said something else that was really important. So I'm extending this one a lot further than I did the other two times I asked this. You said it's because we had really young people who were out there. Really young deputies who were out there responding to these things is when that's happened. We're molded by this environment we're in and everything we see, and how this identity of what it's supposed to mean to be that cop and talk like a cop and have that badge. It's throughout our popular media and everywhere. So what changes could you suggest that would help people automatically identify differently and respond differently in those situations? Because it seems like it has to be a really deep internal change to be able to bring almost a different persona to almost every incident. Like what's your default presentation when you hit the field? How does that, should that change, and how would it change?
So it starts with the sheriff. It starts with the culture of the agency. I say that based on, if your sheriff or command staff or just these badge heavy people, like that's what new people recognize. They look up to their leaders, their sergeants, and recognize, like, well, this is the appropriate way to act, right? I can just kind of run around and be a jerk to people, right? Because they need to respect the badge, right? Like, I think there's a lot of places that work under that kind of environment. That's not who I am. 100%. Recognizing, like, look, your sheriff, I would be out there. I'm great at talking to people. I've done it in the jail for a long time. So being out there as an example for young staff, and not just in a crisis situation, but just out to lunch, right? Out with a fellow deputy at lunch or whatever the case is, just having a conversation with a server, or just like I've said several times, just being human, right? Like, sure, we come to work in a uniform and carry a gun, like that in itself is exhausting some days. So why come to work and be a jerk to people? Like, that's just more exhausting than just come to work, be yourself. But at the same time, identifying those people during the hiring process that maybe we aren't going to be able to change that person's perception on what they think a cop is. Maybe they're arrogant or kind of talk. I mean, we're pretty good at picking up on how people communicate with one another in different oral board fashion, stuff like that, right? So being able to identify it early, and not just hire people based on certificates and previous experience, but does this person fit the mold of our agency and what we want and the culture of our agency, right? We've never implemented something during the hiring process of, like, a lot of places have what's called a sheriff's interview. And the sheriff or somebody in command staff will take certain candidates that are at a certain point in the hiring process out to lunch, right? And it's not to just buy them lunch and be like, yeah, you're part of the team, but to see how they communicate with the server and the general public, and things like that. So obviously implementing different trainings like the CIT is huge, but that's falling into the laps of people we already have in the door. Most of the time, that's not going to change. Like, if somebody comes in and they're arrogant and badge heavy kind of person, CIT probably isn't going to change them.
Yeah.
Right? That's just kind of their personality. So going through CIT is not going to change anybody's personality. It's going to give you the tools necessary to be able to talk to people, recognize what people are going through, recognize most likely we're there on their absolute worst day that they've had. Right. And like I said, CIT is not the only answer. There's a bunch of different trainings, but it was huge. It's eye-opening, right? Talked to a lot of people, but that class is mentally exhausting for a week. The role players in it are excellent. But serious, like, after every scenario, everybody, including myself, was like, holy cow, I am mentally drained from that, right? It takes a lot of energy to be able to recognize what somebody is dealing with in a moment of crisis, and try to come up with the right questions to bring them down a couple levels, not agitate them. Or if you ask a question, which it happens, right, that agitates them, recognize that and go a different direction. So it does, it gives you tools, but I think a lot of it starts with the people we bring in the door, recognizing it before they're ever in the door. And I think there's some small things that we can do to help identify that early.
Well, thanks. And I want to make clear that when I ask that question, it's not just about what can we do to make, it's not like what can we do to make cops be less, present in such a manner in order to simply be kinder to the public or protect the public better. It's also about hiring and training law enforcement officers so that they themselves don't carry a lifelong trauma from an outcome of an event gone bad that could have been prevented. It's how to put them in a situation for success, meaning success to be healthy and happy for the rest of their lives too, that they always did the best they could.
Yeah.
So this is about taking care of the law enforcement as well.
It's a two-way street.
I just want to make sure you know why I'm asking the question.
Thank you.
Something that's on my mind. Sort of a lot of speculation about who we might appoint. And understandably, a lot of anxiety among your colleagues, right? And statements have been made that have made it back to me about depending on who we appoint, there might be, mass resignations, et cetera.
Yeah.
I'm curious, can you share with me the kinds of conversations you're having, what you're encouraging your colleagues to do if they're disappointed by this decision, what your own actions might look like if you're not appointed?
Sure. I've had a lot of those conversations, numerous of those conversations. And we can't take those, they're not threats, right? Well, certain people and certain individuals that are currently deputies don't have experience with these individuals that they're making speculations of. In their conversations with other people that do have direct communications or direct relation of some sort in the past, have not been good. And they already recognize the level of stress and anxiety that they deal with every day, right? They need somebody at the top that they can trust to go to when they make a decision. That person has their back and will tell them like, yeah, that was good or that was bad, right? And give them clear direction on how to make that better. So I've had those conversations, and my input is, I can't beg people to stay here, right? I can let them know, look, I really, really want you to stay here. You're a huge asset. You're valuable to this agency. But if they can't come to work, like I said earlier, and enjoy it, and not have this reoccurring anxiety of like, man, like, what does today bring, right? Because that's what all of us have been dealing with for a while. Recently, obviously, with our sheriff retiring, we've all been in limbo. With the Christian Glass thing, with our undersheriff passing, all of these different things, right? They're huge life-changing events for staff, especially when I mentioned like the culture we used to have, very, very tight-knit, having each other's back, like trust each other, love working together, right? And you come to work and it was great. And then piece by piece, it's like just falling apart, right? And there's times where like, man, it can't get any worse. Man, it gets worse, right? So this is a huge decision that you guys have the opportunity to make. But I wouldn't take for granted when people say like, look, we're going to look elsewhere, because every agency in the freaking state is hiring, right? Like I said, for more money and better retirement, and it's 40 miles closer to their home. But these people don't want to leave. They've expressed that like, look, I really want to stay here. They've committed, whether it's just 1 to 3 years, like that's a long time. That really is a long time for these guys. So I'm not going to tell them like, look, don't apply, like have a plan B, right? We all got to have a plan B. And if that's not here, a lot of them, like Clear Creek has always kind of been like a stepping stone in a way for most people that aren't local, those of us that are local and have some sort of ties to the community. They come up here, get a year or two of experience so they can put that on an application and they go out the door, right? So, I mean, it's the reality of it. I wouldn't call it bluff. I really don't want to. It's already started. Maybe you guys have heard or not, but we recently lost a jail guy, a patrol guy. I know multiple people with applications. So talking to people last night involved in this, it's like, well, if they don't want to be here, if I get appointed, then they're not meant to be here. Look, that is the wrong approach. I worked for a captain that had that same approach for a lot of years of like, well, if you don't like it, just quit. Then you're not meant for this line of work either. No, like we need to figure out how to retain the people that we have, because there's not a lot of applications, qualified applications coming in the door. So if we get good qualified applicants in the door, get them started, we've already spent a significant amount of money on them. We need to figure out how to keep them here, not just, oh, sorry, I guess move on if you want to. Like, I don't know, at least up until recently, people leaving, the question of like, what can we do to keep you to stay? Or what can we do to get you to stay? That was never asked until I went to HR. But command staff was too proud to ask that question. So I'm not too proud to ask that question. So,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
That's all from me.
So what questions do you have for us?
When are you going to make a decision?
Well, that's
Today or tomorrow.
today,
Yeah.
today or tomorrow, if our conversation leads us to a place where we decide there's a piece of research we need to do for any reason, there's some small chance, it's not our desire that it could go beyond tomorrow, but right now, if it did, it would be still very quickly. We'd be moving to make a really fast decision if it weren't today or tomorrow. But our intention is today or tomorrow, and we already had pre-scheduled a meeting for 8:30 tomorrow morning, so that if we don't get there in the next couple hours today, that we continue tomorrow morning at our normal starting time and keep banging away at it until we get it done. That's our hope. So.
Perfect. Then one more question. To bridge this gap of communication and these walls that have been built, right? That's a two-way street.
Right.
Right. So while we can do what we think is necessary and put forth the effort to bring down those walls, I'd hope to see the same, whether I'm in this role or not, the same effort and the same passion to build the trust between the sheriff's office and you all. Because without that trust, no matter who it is, like we've seen what it turns into, and no ground is ever made. There's always a hard line of no on that side and a hard line of no on this side. So hopefully we can attempt to find a middle ground and hope in most of these issues that we're dealing with. And it's not always just a hard no. And I'm not saying it is on your end, but in the past, at least on our end, I can speak on our end, it's been a hard no.
I think in part, it's not just having all the windows open between the silos, but it's in part how the conversations filter down within the silos from leadership down. And I think that I'm not going to put all the blame on one side or the other. I'm going to say that people create impressions probably within our organization as well about what appears to be a rift. And I know that in the past, what we've heard historically before these guys even got here was that compared to most of the counties in the state, our county commission got along with our sheriff's office pretty well. We've had a couple of events that were really traumatic over the last couple of years, and it's made a difference. And the budget issue has driven a lot of really tough conversations, and there's been a lot of unwillingness to budge. But then there's also therefore been the appearance that, for example, we don't want to try to work with or we disrespect. And I don't think I know on my part, that's never been the case. But I'm also aware that that's been an impression that's been gotten, and I've heard it very recently. I hear the muttering behind my back or to my face, and it's difficult because when you don't feel that way, but you're accused of feeling that way, it's difficult. I'm definitely hoping that both the top-down communications within the different organizations as well as the cross communication between them is open enough that we all understand that we got to work together as one team and one community. We're too small not to.
Yeah.
That's my take. That's me speaking for myself. I agree with
We got to
that.
recognize when that's happening, we got to step back and say, what is causing that?
Right.
Right. And perception is reality. So whether your intent or my intent is one thing, however it's perceived, if it's in a completely different way, that's the reality of the situation. So if people are bringing up these concerns and that's how they see it, I think we need to step back and ask, what can we do to change? Why is that being perceived in the way it is? Right? Was it my delivery or what was it? So I think to be able to identify that, otherwise we can't grow from it. And we're not going to appease everybody. You, us, like we know that. We're all in a difficult spot, but I think we have to be able to do that. If we start hearing those grumblings of what's creating this issue or this unsteadiness, and then try and learn from it and answer those questions or whatever that looks like.
Okay.
I would just point out and that mentioning a time when collaboration resulted in a significant change. Your example was the most recent one when you got to come here and speak directly to us.
Yeah.
I thought that was a really good conversation as well.
Yeah.
So I think that.
Thank you.
I think we're on a good track.
Agreed. I don't think I answered your question. I'll bounce back. You asked my plans if I don't end up. Right. I kind of got into the conversations I've had with my plans. Look, I've spent 17 years here. I still have family in the community. So my hope is whoever it is to work with, let them know my vision, right? The ideas I have right now can be just as easily implemented under somebody else if they have the ability to see the same vision and have the same goals. I recently had a conversation with another person very involved in this of like, how are you going to come in and lead a group of cops without really a lot of that experience. And the initial answer is, oh, it's going to be easy. Like right then I shut down. I don't even know what the rest of the conversation was because it's not easy. I promise you, like your job's not easy. Somebody coming in from the outside and be like, oh, that's going to be easy. I didn't hear the rest of what you had to say because that's not accurate.
Yeah.
So I think that was eye-opening.
I was just gonna say, I appreciate this conversation and, looking at the feedback forms from the people who came last night, you received a lot of support and I can see why, after having a chance to hear from you, to learn about what your vision is. And then when it comes to issues we've had in the past with different captains in the jail and all the other people we know about, that's the past, right?
Right.
And, I don't have a time machine. I can't go back and address anything that happened back then.
No.
So I am 100% focused on looking forward, and whatever has happened, that's water under the bridge. And whoever gets appointed, my commitment is my door is always open. So if there's ever a time where you feel like, I don't feel like I really know what's going on in the commission, I obviously can't violate, executive privilege, that kind of stuff, but I have always made myself available and so has my colleagues. So just know that opportunity is going to continue to be out there. And I hope people take me up on it. And one other thing I talked to Under Sheriff Stein, this summer I was up in Idaho and I ran into a situation where we got trapped from a mudslide, and I ended up spending some time talking to a deputy. It's Lemhi County in Idaho, and he had 20,000 square miles. I mean, it was an amazing giant, and the guy did patrol on his own. And, we were stuck, he was stuck. I talked to him for a little while, and I didn't say anything that wasn't public news, but I told him a little bit about what was going on here. And he said, you should go on ride-alongs with those guys.
Go on what?
You should go on ride-alongs with those guys. And shame on me for not making that happen. I brought that up to Stein after I got back from Idaho, but I do plan, no matter what happens, I plan on going on some ride-alongs and just getting to see things with my own eyes.
I think it's a great idea. But I'd also throw out there, while patrol is a huge impact, don't lose sight of the jail also.
Oh, for sure.
Don't see how they operate. See you want to talk about mental illness, that's where they fall.
Right, that's
it's
our
inside
catch-all.
jail.
Yeah, I do jail. I gotta admit, the jail inspections isn't the favorite part of my job.
Right.
I don't like going down there, but
Yeah, I don't blame you. And jail inspections last an hour, right? If you even just coming down and spending a couple hours and talking to our JCMH, the program that we have implemented in the jail, and just seeing what they deal with. That way, when we come and talk about things that we need, what's necessary, right? At least until that level of trust is built, where you can trust exactly what I'm saying is true and accurate, right? And that's exactly what we need, right? So until that is built, come and see for yourself on the condition of it, talk to some inmates, whatever the case is, right? I don't know what you're comfortable with, but definitely do a ride-along, but definitely keep the jail in the back of your mind.
yeah, thank you. That's good.
My more recent jail inspections have shown improvement. The first few I went on were pretty dismal, pretty disappointing, I'll be honest. But I've seen an improvement based on some of the comments and some of the efforts. Some of it was like the painting, and you meant, the comments made in that last meeting we recently had about try to brighten the place up a little bit so that it doesn't appear to be a dungeon to begin with, and then people that are living down there 24/7, at least, they have a slightly different existence and a different outlook on life as a result.
Yeah, for sure. It's small, but it can have a snowball effect for sure, leading into a bunch of things. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Thank you. I think we're going to take we still have 12 minutes left on our break, or we can take a little longer if we want to.
I think it's fine. I mean, I hope we get some public comment. I hope people are paying attention and have an opinion to share.
Public comments due at 2:00. Somewhere between 2 and 2:05, we'll open public comment here as we grab some stuff in our mouth.
Randy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good to talk to you today.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Caroline.
Do you want me to say that public comment's going to be at 2 then, Randy, still?
What's that?
We're good to go with public comment at 2. We have a lot of people online.
Yeah, 2 o'clock, want to do it? That's 11 minutes from now. Do you need more time? 2:05 or
Guys
two?
call.
What do you
Is
think?
it a problem for me to make a comment real quick, like 2 minutes? Is it public comments coming up at 2:30? Okay,
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. So I kind of want to do it off the record if that's cool.
There's.
I'm gonna,
On.
Okay, we're back in our session this is 5 minutes after 2, which is exactly 2 o'clock sharp millennial time. And we're going to actually begin this next part of the session in today's meeting with public comment. 2 or 3 comments about public comment. First of all, Facebook comments do not constitute official public comment. And we have posted in the Facebook comments the link to the Zoom meeting. So you do have to log into the Zoom meeting and then raise your hand once on the Zoom meeting to be recognized for public comment. And the other thing is that we will start with public comment in the room first, and I'd like to take those, and then we'll go on to Zoom. And that gives people a little time to log on. So the first thing is, do we have anyone in the room that wishes to make public comment?
Sure. Prior to us opening up for public comment, can I make a comment?
Sure, go ahead. George would like to make a comment first.
Yeah, just as one person that's listening to public comment, really welcome your opinions. Very excited to hear your opinions. I would encourage you to be specific. Give me and us things to think about. Your comment is going to be very helpful as we discuss this decision.
And then one other last thing is that, as is usually the custom here, with the public comment, each public comment is limited to 3 minutes maximum. Okay, so public comment in the room. Isaac, did you want to make one?
Sure, here.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So if you just come up and identify yourself.
My name is Isaac Lucas. My public comment is in regards to the need for the sheriff's office at the point that we're in right now is strong leadership, and strong leadership coming from an individual that has a background in law enforcement is very important for us. I think that someone coming into this position that does not have a law enforcement background that wants to implement change, whether that change is needed or not, there's a lot of change that needs to happen. There's a lot of policy to be updated here. But someone coming in that has no experience in law enforcement that makes that comment of, hey, this policy needs to be updated, is not received in the same fashion of someone that's lived it, done it. So I think that while it could be impactful to have someone coming from that without law enforcement experience, they could do a good job. I think they have a larger hill to climb. And I think we've climbed a lot of hills, and that we want to make an environment that's suitable for success and conducive for success. And I think that's the most obvious way to do that, is someone that we all can respect their career. Not saying don't disrespect a career, but we can respect the career that led them to this point as a sheriff.
Okay. Thank you, Isaac. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Who else?
Y'all make a public comment.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Travis Darrington. I work in the patrol division at this agency, and I've done so since 2018. I would like to come off the heels of Captain Lucas and reiterate the sentiment of it's vital to bring somebody into this role that has experience in law enforcement. And practicing law and being in law enforcement are two separate and distinct things. Having a leader who you can count on to respond to a call with you, because sometimes that's your only cover. I've had it where Albers was my only cover. He came out in the middle of the night and he was the only one that could come help me. Having a sheriff or a leader in this role that can't do that legally is going to be an issue. I know they can eventually get post, but in the interim, however long that takes, that's going to be an issue. We're a small enough agency that everyone that works in this chain of command is important and should be able to arrest somebody or perform patrol functions. So, thank you.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you knowingly in person too.
Thank you.
Any more public comment in the room before going online? All right, do you want to look and?
If you have a public comment and you're online, please raise your hand and I will call on you and cross you over. Okay. This person's name is Angie. Angie, I'm going to promote you to panelist and you can accept it and then you can do your public comment. Okay, she's rejoining. Are they rejoining?
Megan, would you make me a panelist?
All right, go ahead. You might have to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. My name is Angie Diesel. My father was a Los Angeles County Deputy Sheriff for about 33 years, and he knew Bruce Brown. And I recently spoke with him about Mr. Brown being a candidate for our sheriff. And the one thing my dad reiterated to me is at least 75% of the deputies he worked with at the time that knew Bruce Brown as a public defender did not like him. His reputation within the deputies and the female deputies in particular was not a good one. So I want to say that I do support Seth Marquardt. He sounds like an amazing candidate, and I'm hoping that you'll take all the responses into consideration.
Thank you.
Excuse me, where do you live? Are you here in Quick Creek County?
Yes, I'm in Empire.
Okay, thank you.
And now we have Carolyn. She is rejoining. Carolyn, you can go ahead.
Okay, I'm Carolyn Hone, and those of you who know me know I love my data. So looking at the qualifications of Matthew
I'm sorry, where are you
Harris,
from? Where are you from?
St. Mary's Glacier, sorry.
Thanks.
Looking at the qualifications of Matthew Harris, his qualifications seem incredible, and he clearly uses data. So I'm very impressed by that. His qualifications just seem incredible. I mean, he's got a lot of great experience in coming in to large organizations and making change. So that is encouraging to me. Hearing Seth Marquardt talk, he is awesome. I've not had the pleasure of meeting him, but my question with somebody in the department is, can big change be led effectively from within? He seems like he would be an incredible right-hand man to someone to help bridge the gap if you're from outside the organization to making the change happen within the organization. But I just wonder if that kind of change that you're looking for can happen from within. And maybe it can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else online want to provide public comment? Please raise your hand. So nobody else is raising their hand.
Okay.
Anybody else in the room?
Yeah. Has anyone else come into the room that wants to make public comment? Seeing none online, correct, still? Seeing no more public comment in the room. Public comment is now closed, and we'll enter into deliberations, discuss today's meeting and what we think.
Okay.
Draw straws. You go first.
I mean, what I have in mind is just to share the strengths that I thought I saw in the candidates, but I don't have to start that. And that's not where we have to start. If you guys.
And I'm actually fine with that. I have no preconceived notion about the structure of this conversation going forward. I'm curious to hear what you think. And
I'm kind of an introvert and an internal processor. And I would almost feel this would be more proper to maybe take this up tomorrow morning, just from my own selfish perspective, just from a chance to sleep on this and really think about the strengths and opportunities for the different candidates. But I'm one voice, and if I guess I think this is a monumental decision, and I don't see the need for us. It feels like we're rushing through it to me.
We do have one person raising their hand. Are we public comments done?
well, since we haven't really started a deliberation yet, I'm willing to take another public
Is that
comment.
okay?
The other
Just
two
reopen it.
commissioners agree.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to
Yeah,
interrupt.
I don't want to squelch anyone's voice.
Okay. Katie, I'm going to promote you to panelist. Okay. You can go ahead, Katie, and unmute yourself.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just feel after listening to the candidates that as a stereotypical woman, quote, that it would be detrimental to the sheriff's department in this community to hire Bruce Brown. Thank you.
Katie, what's your last name? Where do you live?
I live in Empire.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Point well taken. All right, George, what are your thoughts?
I am not gonna, I'm not gonna insist. I think Sean might have it right. If I was asking for more time, I would hope you guys would give it to me, and Sean's asking for more time and I'm willing to give it to him.
Yeah, I think the same. I'm actually prepared to move forward today, but I feel exactly the same way. If I were to ask to sleep on it overnight till tomorrow morning, I would hope you guys would give it to me. I want to give everyone the benefit of the doubt to give us their best voice, which we've asked for today and last night. And I think we should extend that to ourselves. That's what we want.
I think it also gives the public the opportunity, if they want to reach out to any of the three of us from now for this afternoon. I mean, because I'm not probably the only person who takes a little while to formulate their thinking and to perhaps come up with a question for public comment or comment tomorrow morning, if that's, because every meeting has public comment. And I was surprised by how little we heard. And yeah, I was surprised.
Yeah, and it could be that some people don't want to come out and speak in an open meeting. I think I'd also like to therefore make it really clear to everyone that our email addresses and I believe all three of our cell phone numbers are listed on the website. So if you go on the county website and look us up, look up the county commissioners, you'll see each one of us. You'll see our email address. You'll see our cell phone numbers so that you can text or call us tonight if you want to. And that's why I put my cell phone number on there as soon as I got in office, was so anybody could contact me anytime and
Mr. Chair,
tell me anything I wanted to or not.
just to make it clear though, texts and email communications are public records. I'd like the public to be aware of that. It will also, any text or email communications would be supplemented in the official record.
Yeah,
That's phone call doesn't fall into that criteria.
Phone call does not, but I didn't want a member of the public to reach out thinking it was.
Right. That is true. If you were to text or email any one of us, each of us will, in this process, that would be part of the communication, the process, be required to send that across to staff to enter into the public record. So if you want to speak to us privately and don't want your name divulged, you do have to make a phone call. And I'm always willing to take phone calls, whether I like what I'm hearing or not. So it's okay.
Yeah, I think that's well put. I do see some news agencies on this list. And so for expectation management, you're not on the list of people that I'll be speaking with tonight, news agencies. But I just agree with you, Sean. I think this is a close decision and an important decision. I think we have 4 good candidates here with strengths and kind of different value propositions. And I love the time to reflect on it.
Thank you.
So with that, we will be adjourning and we will convene another meeting tomorrow morning at 8:30 sharp and take up the discussion. And one question I have about that discussion, normally whenever we open meetings, we also open them with public comment, which means that if someone is thinking about public comment still and hasn't figured out what they want to say, or they didn't have the opportunity, or they couldn't figure out the Zoom link by now,
Or they want to write it out and read it.
yeah, then that tomorrow morning at 8:30, we will take public comment one more time on this before opening the discussion and making a decision. So with that, we're adjourned.